Chapter 226. Master, don't worry. I will restrain those harpies. Alex nodded. Su Len and Alex came out of the cave. The outside was already surrounded by harpies. It seemed that the whole sky was filled with harpies. After seeing Su Len appear, all the harpies stared at him with red eyes, which made his hair stand on end. Alex spread his wings and flew up, quickly calming all the harpies. After a while, the harpies finally dispersed. However, there were still a few harpies around Alex. When they looked at Su Len, their eyes were full of vigilance. These harpies were quite different from ordinary harpies. They also had gorgeous fiery red hair, and their appearance was more similar to humans. Their arms had been separated from their wings, and their lower bodies were smooth legs. Only their calves had the sharp claws of birds. These harpies were called harpies. The lower body of ordinary harpies was closer to the legs and claws of eagles, and their arms and wings were connected. Most of their feathers were grayish-brown. Su Len didn't take the hostility of the harpies to heart. Instead, he asked Alex about the surrounding environment. There were many other underground creatures living around here. 30 kilometers away, through 2 tunnels to the north, there was a stone forest. There was a group of petrifying lizards living in it, and there were more than a dozen of them. In the northeast, there was an underground lake. There were many fish living in it, including some underground magic fish. There was also a group of lion scorpions living around the lake. As for the mineral resources, Alex didn't know. After all, the harpies didn't know how to mine. In the southwest was the tunnel Su Len came from. Soon, the harpies packed up and set off. The harpies didn't have many items, so Su Len and the others moved very quickly. After a while, they came to the place where Su Len and the drows agreed to meet. When they saw that the sky was full of harpies, the drows subconsciously hid. Fortunately, Su Len appeared soon. Looking at the harpies flying in the sky, the drows looked at Su Len with even more awe. After all, it hadn't been long since Su Len had single-handedly subdued this group of harpies. When the harpies saw the drows, there was even a slight commotion. Many of the harpies were eager to have a try. Their old habit of capturing males to mate had resurfaced. Fortunately, with Alex's restraint, these harpies were well behaved. Your Excellency, these harpies were all subdued by you? The leader of the drows looked at the harpies and said hesitantly. Well, don't worry, they have Alex's restraint. Nothing will happen, Su Len said with a smile. But there are too many of them, and the harpies will capture a large number of males during the estrus period. They will follow their instincts more often, the drows said. In fact, the drows had also thought of taming some harpies to serve as flying troops. Ordinary harpies had the same intelligence as wild beasts. Although they could hear orders after training, once they reached the estrus period, these harpies would follow their instincts and capture any male they saw. In the end, the drows gave up on taming them. Their base will not be near Northern City, Su Len explained, knowing the drows' concerns. With this group of harpies, Su Len did not go to Orlando City again. Instead, he returned directly to the surface. A large group of harpies and drows advanced along the narrow underground passage. The movement caused by the large group of people scared away all the monsters around them. The whole group moved forward in an orderly manner. A group of thousands of people, plus some logistics carriages, needed a strong command ability to pass through the narrow passage that was only a dozen meters wide. Su Len also relied on the strategic map to command. The group's progress was a little messy. You didn't know how to expect the harpies to be disciplined. After all, they were just a group of monsters not long ago. The drow soldiers were orderly and had cold faces. It could be said that they had the best military discipline in Northern City. Next were the half-elves, and the worst were the barbarians and centaurs. The barbarians were a matter of character, and the centaurs were a matter of racial requirements. But now, the harpies were going to take over the most chaotic part. These harpies were chattering non-stop, and some were even fighting with each other in the air. They didn't realize that they were marching. Fortunately, Alex was there to restrain them. Otherwise, these harpies would definitely be in big trouble. Sulan did not bring the harpies back to Northern City. He chose a new habitat for the harpies in a valley near the Sierra de Lotus. This valley was discovered by Sulan when he was patrolling the surrounding environment of his territory. There was only one exit in the valley, and the whole valley was shaped like a horn. The exit was very small, only about 20 meters wide. The valley was full of plants, and there was a waterfall flowing down from the mountain, forming a small lake in the valley. Because it was in the valley, the temperature was not too low even in winter. Although it was not suitable for building a town, it was still good to build a nest for the harpies. After Alex joined Northern City, the entire harpies were also included in the system of Northern City. All the harpies added up to a total of 3,156 harpies. There were only a little more than 100 harpies, and the rest were all harpies. Of course, the harpies were different. They were divided into normal and elite leaders. It was easy to tell them apart by looking at the human characteristics on their bodies. Generally speaking, the more human-like a harpy was, the higher their intelligence and strength would be. Sulan was planning to build a residence in this valley. He specially transferred a team of 1,000 harpies from Northern City to carry out the construction. Sulan's plan was a large eagle fort, which was remodeled from a mountain. Less than 2 days after Sulan left Northern City, the remaining gray dwarves could no longer endure life without vodka. It was fine if they did not enjoy it before, but after enjoying it once and then cutting it off, the gray dwarves had a greater right to express their feelings. Therefore, a few days later, these stubborn gray dwarves who would rather die than surrender appeared in the construction team of Northern City. Sulan wanted to build the Eagle Fort, so Chris directly sent them over with the other craftsmen. The gray dwarves were very experienced in excavating mountains. The construction of the Eagle Fort was based on the mountain. They hollowed out the inside of the mountain and then built a large number of lofts. The construction process was not difficult. With the dwarves who were masters of excavation, it only took a week to complete the construction of the Eagle Fort. They even carved many mythical statues on the Eagle Fort as decorations. These statues were the legendary ancient god Wind God, and some demigod harpies. They were basically the religion of the harpies. The Eagle Fort's appearance was not very extravagant. It was completely carved out of rock. Sulan checked the attributes of the Eagle Fort and found that it was really a good building. Eagle Fort, an important building built by the cooperation of a master dwarf and a master craftsman. It is the habitat of the harpies. Harpies who live here for a long time have a chance to evolve their bloodline. Growth plus 10, cleanliness plus 12, indestructibility plus 14, health plus 8, comfort plus 13, warmth in winter and coolness in summer plus 12, enlightenment plus 5, evolution plus 3. Although the overall attributes of the Eagle Fort were not high, or even low, the attributes it gave surprised Sulan. The Eagle Stronghold had a total of 8 attribute bonuses. Although the bonuses weren't high, there were 2 attributes that were very rare. Enlightenment and evolution attributes were very rare to see on their own. He didn't expect them to appear on the same building. Growth, health, and cleanliness were all normal attributes, but evolution and enlightenment were very different. Both of these attributes could change the attributes of a tribe. Enlightenment could increase intelligence, turning the beast-like harpies into intelligent creatures. Evolution could evolve their bloodline, allowing them to evolve into advanced harpies. Although the success rate was pitifully low, there was still a chance for them to evolve into harpies. After adding the harpies to the Northern City system, Sulan could also recruit harpies. At the same time, the harpy soldier tree had also appeared. According to the system's statistics, there were over 3,000 harpies in Northern Battlefront City. Most of them were low-level harpies, and a small number of them were elite harpies. After becoming elite harpies, they would evolve to become harpy leaders. Then came the harpies. These harpies were the guards of the advanced harpies, and the elite harpies. Elite harpies were very similar to advanced harpies. Every time they evolved, their intelligence, body, and attributes would all increase. When the harpies evolved into elite harpies, they would be a completely different species compared to the harpies at the beginning. What surprised Su Len even more was that the elite harpies had already mastered elemental abilities. Although their power was limited, if all the harpies evolved into elite harpies, the northern city would be able to dominate the wasteland with just these elite harpies. There was no need for an ordinary army at all. Just the air force alone could easily crush the enemy. Of course, the process would definitely be very long. Although it was not too difficult for a harpy to evolve in the early stages, and the experience required was almost twice that of a human, after evolving into a harpy, the experience required to evolve again would skyrocket to a very shocking number. It was not that easy to evolve into an elite harpy. But then again, the difference between an elite harpy and an elite harpy was huge. It was equivalent to a bloodline evolution. Chapter 227. Both Alex and the harpies were very satisfied with Sullen's Eagle Fort. Su Len had recruited all the harpies as soldiers. Luckily, the harpies weren't very intelligent, so they were very easy to trick. They didn't need to be paid at all. All they had to do was provide them with food. Once their intelligence increased and they became harpies, Su Len would have to pay for it. Alex arranged the harpies and let the other harpies take care of them. He then left the Eagle Fort with Su Len. However, as the queen of the harpies, she had to stay here for a few days every month. She also had 2 harpy guards with her. There was no need to worry about the safety of the Eagle Fort at all. The 3,000 harpies could do anything they wanted unless a legendary wizard or an adult dragon set their eyes on this place. However, the harpies didn't have any precious magic materials, gold, or gems on them. Those powerful figures wouldn't do such a thing. But even so, Su Luen still set up a scout post outside the valley and built a wall at the entrance of the valley. The entrance of the valley was only more than 20 meters wide. After the wall was built, the whole valley could be called a small fortress. As for the harpies' habit of catching males during their mating season, Su Len had already seen it in the system's introduction. As long as they became harpies and gained intelligence, this situation would gradually disappear. After gaining intelligence, they would no longer act like beasts. When they returned to the northern city, Su Len hosted a welcome party for Alex in the Lord's castle. All the heroes under Sullen's command in the northern city attended the party. The development of northern Battlefront City was on the right track, and the necessary rules were slowly being established. There was no doubt that Su Len had the highest status in the northern city. After him were Chris and Hathaway. One of them was in charge of the city, while the other was in charge of the magic items in the northern city. Then there were the leaders of the various races, such as Boulder, Johnson, Karina, Aiton, Grace, Sheriff Harrison, and the Little Mare Mission. Now there was Alex, and she had the largest army of all of them. This made her status skyrocket. Of course, Su Len treated them very well. Because of Sullen's power, there weren't any power struggles among his subordinates. The banquet was very sumptuous. More than a dozen maids were waiting on the side. The banquet hall used optical reflection technology. A few candles were lit around the hall, and the reflections from the mirrors lit up the hall like it was daytime. Frodo had prepared roast goose, roast pig, steak, steamed bear paw, braised fish, steamed lamb, deer breast, sauced lamb, crystal pork shoulder, fruit salad, ice cream, and so on. As the food consultant of the northern city, Frodo was living a very comfortable life. He only had to guide the chefs in cooking every day. After that, he would wander around and gather information. The variety of dishes made the people who hadn't seen much of the world feel like country bumpkins. After all the food was served, Su Len raised a glass of rum and said, "Is everyone here? Then let's welcome Alex into the big family of the northern city. From now on, we are all family. Cheers." Su Len said with a smile. "Cheers." Everyone raised their glasses in unison. "Then let's start the banquet." Clang, clang, clang. Su Len knocked on the silver bell beside him. A group of maids stepped forward and opened the lids on all the plates. A rich aroma of food instantly spread out. The most eye-catching thing was the roast lamb in the middle of the table. Su Len told Frodo about this dish last time when he was bragging about it. It was to clean a turtle-dove and remove its internal organs. Then, the turtle-dove would be smeared with pepper and salt from inside out. Next, the turtle-dove would be put into the stomach of a goose. After that, the turtle-dove would be washed clean and sewn together. Next, the goose was stuffed into the stomach of a sheep. The sheep was skinned and its internal organs were removed. The goose, a carp, and the prepared spices were put in together. After that, the whole sheep was roasted over a slow fire according to the method of roasting a whole sheep. When it was time to eat, only the turtle-dove would be eaten and the rest would be thrown away. Of course, it would be a waste. Sulen was not that extravagant. Even so, the people of this world were shocked. Even the nobles of this world did not develop their food to such an extent. Looking at the dumbfounded expressions of the people around him, Frodo's body swayed, and he had an arrogant expression. "I made this dish according to the Count's instructions. I want this. Give me a piece. It's delicious." Just as Frodo was about to explain the origin of the dish, the others could not wait to dig in. You. Frodo was so angry that he could not speak. Boulder cut off a leg of the lamb and took a bite. Johnson did not hesitate and took the other leg. The rest of the roasted lamb was divided among the others. Sulen did not touch the lamb. Instead, he leisurely took the roast goose from the roasted lamb. Then, he separated the roast goose and stuffed it with a type of wild water bird. It tasted delicious. He skillfully cut the birds and geese into pieces and distributed them to the others. Compared to Boulder and Johnson, the others were much more elegant. Apart from the whole roasted lamb, the other dishes were also delicious. In the face of these delicacies, everyone let go of their reservations and ate heartily. Alex's table manners were very bold. He held a crystal pork shoulder in one hand and an ice cream in the other. The soft, fragrant pork shoulder was paired with all kinds of spices. The drink was made with honey and white sugar. It was paired with a variety of colorful fruits and cream ice cream. Alex almost swallowed his tongue as it was his first time tasting such food. Even Hathaway and Chris, who had tasted it a few times, were quick to enjoy the food. Every physical profession was basically a glutton, so Frodo had prepared a large portion of food. But even so, there was not much left in the banquet. With Boulder and Johnson, the two gluttons, Suluan estimated that even if there was another roast lamb, they would still be able to finish it. After the feast, everyone went back to their rooms. Sulen also brought his maids to exercise after the meal. Especially the newly joined Alex, who had a pair of white wings. With the two of them working together, Sulen even became a sky rider. The rising sun pierced through the darkness and dispersed the mist in the air. The northern battlefront city had also awakened from its slumber. The merchants had already opened their shops for business. The workers also started to work under the orders of the foreman. The city gates opened and caravans began to slowly move out. Caravans came and went every day in the northern battlefront city. Since last month, caravans from the southern provinces had also appeared here. The most popular product among the southern caravans was rum. The second most popular product was the various furs produced in the northern wilderness. As for white sugar, because the white sugar trade was monopolized by other caravans, they could only buy some from other caravans. The planting area of sugar beets in the northern battlefront city had expanded once again. During this period of time, the northern battlefront city was not only carrying out large-scale infrastructure construction, but also reclaiming more land. A large number of goblins, serfs and refugees were driven to reclaim land. The original 10,000 mu land outside the northern battlefront city had now expanded to 40,000 mu. However, there was still a lot of land outside the northern battlefront city that had not been reclaimed. In addition to reclaiming land, according to Sullen's plan, the irrigation facilities outside the city were not neglected. In order to irrigate the land, the brick kilns were used to build water supply canals. The water supply canals extended in all directions. A large number of canals were branched out from the main water supply canals. All the canals were equipped with gates. As long as the gates were opened, the river water would flow into the canals and irrigate the farmland. In order to provide sufficient water for the farmland, 7 to 8 large water wheels were erected on both sides of the Red Sand River. The most common crop in the northern battlefront city was potatoes. However, as the land was reclaimed, the crop had decreased to 1/3. The crop that was growing the fastest was sugar beets. As the raw material for the two leading industries in the northern battlefront city, sugar and rum, the demand for sugar beets had also increased. All the wild sugar beets had been dug up. Only a large number of sugar beets could barely keep up with the consumption. Just last month, the first batch of sugar beets in the northern battlefront city had just ripened. Sugar beets had a growth cycle of over 300 days. If it weren't for the harvest altar in the northern battlefront city, fermented farm manure, and the careful cultivation of the half-elven druids, the sugar beets would have taken at least 2 months to ripen, even if they were worth the harvest altar. In fact, ever since the sugar was produced in the northern battlefront city, the caravans that came to the northern battlefront city for trade had been secretly listening to the sugar production process in the northern battlefront city. However, Sulen built the sugar workshop in the inner city, and at the same time carried out a strict division of labor management. Every worker only knew the process that they were in charge of. Coupled with Chris's charm, the process was protected to the greatest extent. For a period of time, the drows would catch spies from all over the world who came to steal the sugar production process every day. Sulen directly made all the spies evaporate. He also gave a warning to the most outrageous caravans. As for those who still ignored the warning, when the caravans left the northern battlefront city and returned to the provinces in the north, they were directly attacked by bandits in the wilderness and wiped out. A large number of bandits were active in the northern wilderness. It was normal for caravans to disappear in the wilderness. Sulen specifically ordered the army to clean up these bandits. With a few lessons learned from the past, and with the tighter defense of the inner city, those who coveted the sugar could only temporarily put down their greed. However, although they didn't get the sugar production process, many caravans secretly got a lot of sugar beet seeds and wanted to go back and plant them. Chapter 228. Sulen didn't care much about the spread of sugar beet seeds. Even if they got the seeds and successfully grew sugar beets, the juice they extracted from the beets would still be bitter brown sugar. The raw material for sugar in the south was sugar cane, which was very similar to sugar cane in Abel's past life. Those people thought that the reason why Northern Town could mass-produce sugar was because the raw material was different, so they paid a lot of attention to sugar beets. They even sent many people to secretly learn how to grow them. What they didn't know was that the planting technology in Northern Town was based on the influence of the harvest altar. If they followed Northern Town's method to grow sugar beets, the results wouldn't be as good. Sugar beets also took a lot longer to mature than sugar cane, so there was no advantage to growing sugar beets in the south. When the people who grew sugar beets realized that they couldn't produce sugar, and sugar beets matured half a year later than sugar cane, they naturally stopped growing sugar beets. Sulen and Frodo exchanged some spices and seeds. They then divided 10 acres of land for planting. It wasn't that Sulen didn't want to plant spices, but Frodo only had so many seeds. Some of them were not suitable for the climate in the north. Sulen planted pepper, fennel, chili, cumin, and a few other commonly used spices. Star anise, cinnamon, and pepper could only be bought from the south. It was said that the Red Dragon Queen controlled more than 80% of the spice trade. There were a few islands in the south that were filled with spices, and they were called Spice Islands. The spice trade made a lot of money every year, and it made the surrounding countries jealous. They all wanted a piece of the pie, but they were afraid of the Red Dragon Queen's power and her army. A red dragon with the power of an ancient dragon and all kinds of spells could beat a team of legendary wizards by herself. Even the paladins, who claimed to be enemies with evil, would automatically ignore the Red Dragon Queen's existence. In the prime material plane, an ancient dragon that was good at spells was basically the limit of power. Even the avatar of a holy spirit might not be able to defeat her. Sulen was also envious of the Red Dragon Queen. She occupied an important hub of the sea trade and controlled the spice trade. She was also shockingly powerful. She was a winner in life, no, a winner in dragon life. The spices planted last year were growing very well. Among them, the chili peppers had already turned red and could be harvested in at most half a month. As for the remaining cumin, it was also growing well. The Sichuan pepper was still a small sapling and would have to wait until at least next year for it to bear fruit. The other spices were growing well as well. In a year or two, Northern Town would be able to produce some spices as well. Although it would not be as good as the Red Dragon Queen Spice Island, its climate and location were too good. When Su Len was expanding his territory, he had thought of going south. After all, there were many islands in the southern seas. Legend had it that there was even a treasure island. However, all the better islands in the south had already been occupied. With the Red Dragon Queen, a big boss, on top of his head, Su Len felt very insecure. Perhaps with the help of the system, he could finally catch up to the Red Dragon Queen, but that would be a matter of time. To protect the spices from being stolen and destroyed, Su Len built a farm here. He included the spices and 1,000 acres of land in the farm and built a wall to enclose the area. At the same time, he arranged for soldiers to guard the area. Spices were still very expensive. Although they were not sold by the grain, they were not cheaper than white sugar. Among them, the most expensive were pepper and cinnamon. Except for cumin, the spices grown by Su Luen were less expensive than them. Su Len planned to continue expanding the spices planting area. He wanted to plant at least 1,000 acres of spices in the entire farm. There was also a lot of wheat planted in the farmland of the northern town, which was mainly supplied to Su Luen. The rest of the wheat would be sold. After all, many of the caravans here were rich people. Naturally, they would not eat potatoes. Flour was the best choice. The rest of the land was planted with barley, oats, soybeans, and some other grains. Some of them were used to make wine, and some were used to feed livestock. Of course, some were used to extract oil. There were not many kinds of vegetable oil in the world, and the most popular was olive oil. However, the quantity of olive oil was too small and the price was not cheap, so Su Luen found a substitute: soybeans. He was going to plant soybeans to extract oil. Besides, soybeans could be used to extract oil and feed livestock. They could also be used to make tofu. Although he had forgotten how to make tofu, he could study it slowly. Perhaps he would be able to taste the tofu pudding from his previous life again. He had not tasted that smooth and refreshing taste in a long time. When that time came, he would have a bowl of sweet and a bowl of salty tofu. He would drink one bowl and pour the other. The number of farmlands in Northern Town increased by the day. Whether it was in his previous life or in this world, food had always been very important. Northern Town had always had a large number of immigrants. A large amount of food was needed to feed these people. After patrolling the farmlands, Su Len went to the academy he had set up to take a look. The academy now was very different from when it was first established. In the beginning, the scholars stayed here because of Sulan's threats. After living here for a while, they realized that other than their personal freedom being restricted, they were treated much better than they were in the northern provinces. Most importantly, Su Len gave them too much money. On average, a scholar would receive 150 kinner per year. In addition to their benefits, which included sugar, rum, flour, tea, and so on, they would receive more than 300 kinner per year. Such good treatment made the scholars, who originally thought that this was a bitter and cold place and were ready to make a fortune, completely overturn their understanding of this place. One had to know that when they were in the northern provinces, although they were nobles, they were mostly just messing around to make a living. Therefore, after getting used to this place, apart from teaching literacy and arithmetic, these scholars began to teach other subjects. Of course, most of the officials who came to study here only learned the basics and left. There were also some who took time to study here. After taking a look at the academy, although it was good enough to teach basic knowledge, there was still a shortage of teachers. Su Len planned to continue hiring scholars at high prices. As for how the merchants managed to convince the scholars to come, he did not care. As long as they came, they would not be allowed to leave until they were taught for a few years. Of course, Su Len would pay them a high salary. In addition to the lack of manpower, the academy also had a shortage of books. They could only rely on the books that the scholars brought with them. Su Len had already sent Xian's merchant group to buy these books. It was estimated that they would be done by the time they returned. Another problem was paper. There was no cheap paper in the academy. The price of a piece of parchment was much higher than that of a piece of sheepskin. These students were still learning how to write using sandboxes and wooden slips. The papermaking workshop in the northern town had been experimenting with making a sturdy, cheap paper that could be used to write smoothly. Su Len heard from them that they had made some progress. The paper they used before was too soft and absorbent, so it could not be used to write at all. After following Su Len's instructions, these craftsmen used several kinds of trees to make paper. After leaving the academy, he went directly to the papermaking workshop. Since the workshop started producing paper, paper had become very popular. After all, not all nobles liked to share the same thick hemp rope or the same wooden stick. As soon as paper was introduced, it was widely praised by the nobles. Since Su Luen built the papermaking workshop last time and produced a batch of paper, the papermaking workshop had expanded a lot after this period of production. The number of craftsmen inside had doubled. Half of them were producing toilet paper, and the rest were experimenting with new materials. The raw material for papermaking had been changed from wood to tree bark. There were also many other materials, such as linen. After a period of experimentation, the craftsmen had divided the papermaking process into several steps. The first step was steaming, which was to cook the raw materials into a paste. The second step was hammering, which was to beat the cooked raw materials repeatedly. Finally, the pulp was made into a pulp, which was then fished out layer by layer. At this time, the paper had already taken shape. As long as it was dried, it would be paper. Although the process looked simple, it was not easy to obtain a piece of paper. After dozens or even hundreds of experiments, the workshop finally made a barely usable paper after changing the bark of various trees and plants in the northern wastelands. This paper used the bark of a common tree in the wastelands as the raw material. It was made with linen and several other materials. In the end, the paper was not pure white. Instead, it was slightly yellow. In his previous life, no one wanted this kind of paper. The color was yellow, the paper was rough, and the paper was somewhat thick. Although there were many shortcomings, the price of this paper was relatively low. Moreover, there were not many problems with writing. It was completely usable. After the papermaking workshop successfully produced this kind of paper, Su Len heard a system notification. Congratulations to the host. The papermaking technique has been successfully broken through. The mastery of papermaking technique has been upgraded. Papermaking technique, using tree bark, linen, fishing nets, and other materials after steaming, hammering, copying, and drying, paper that can be used to write. Territory civilization progress +10, territory culture +10, learning ability +5. Chapter 229. After the breakthrough in papermaking technology, Su Len immediately began to arrange for people to copy books. If the school in northern town wanted to expand, they would need a large number of books. As for printing, the quality of the paper was passable, but printing was not enough. Poor paper quality, printing ink, and so on were all problems. They could only copy by hand. However, this was not a difficult task for the scholars. After all, before printing, they had to copy by hand. After the papermaking workshop produced the paper, half of it was sent to the Lord's castle, and the rest was sent to the school for them to copy books. In the past, books were made on parchment. Generally, books could not write many words, and they were very heavy. The cost was also high. Now that they had changed to paper, the content of a dozen parchment books could be easily written in one book. The first batch of paper was not a lot, but after the first batch was produced, the second batch of paper was produced much faster, and the quantity would increase several times. Most of the paper from the Lord's castle was sent to the city hall for recording and reporting data, as well as various official documents. Northern Town, School. After seeing a cart of yellowed paper being sent to the school, the scholars were very curious about this paper. Soon, a steward came forward to hand over the papers. Mori, this is the paper that the Lord asked us to send. Confirm the quantity, then move it back. A middle-aged man came over and said, Is this the paper that the Lord mentioned? The man named Mori walked over and picked up a piece of paper. The Lord asked us to use this paper to copy books. But this paper is much thinner than parchment. If we can really write on it, the content of a book will be several times more than parchment. Why do I feel like this paper is not easy to preserve? Who knows? How can the few of us refuse the Lord's orders? Everyone, this is something that His Lordship has specially sent to the Academy for us to copy the books. Let's just do it. Everyone, get moving. First, move these papers down. Mo Lei called out to everyone. With the efforts of the many students, the papers were quickly moved to an empty room. Paper is easily damp, make sure to keep it dry when storing. After the paper was distributed, the scholars quickly began to use the paper to copy books. While using the paper, the scholars discovered the convenience of the paper. Although the paper was easily damaged compared to the parchment, it was still widely praised by the scholars. Su Len was holding a handwritten copy of a book that had just been completed. The book had been bound according to his requirements, and it was no longer a roll of parchment. The surface of the book was a little rough and looked very simple, but it was much more convenient than the previous sheepskin scroll. Guards! Su Len put down his book and shouted at the door. Sir, what are your orders? A guard asked respectfully. Tell Mo Lei that in the future, the books will be made in this style. These books can only be read in the Academy. Without my permission, they are not to be taken out of the Academy and are not to be damaged. Violators will be punished severely. Also, inform Mo Lei to build a library in the Academy specifically to store all kinds of books. Yes. The guard accepted the order and left. With the appearance of paper, the education in the Academy became much easier. In the past, only the teachers had books, but now, almost every student had one. With the books to record, the students' learning speed had increased a lot. After dealing with the matters at the Academy, Su Len began to pay attention to other things. The number of slaves in his territory had been increasing recently, especially after the Harpies arrived. Su Len had asked Alex to lead the Harpies to train their soldiers. They had attacked the goblins, kobolds, gnolls, and orcs in the wilderness. Northern Town City had obtained a large number of slaves. The orcs had suffered heavy casualties in the battle. Even their chief had died in the battle. The remaining orcs had also fallen apart. The centaur tribe that had been half-crippled by the orcs' ambush had joined Northern Town City. The two dominators of the wilderness had suddenly disappeared. Northern Town City no longer had the ability to take over the orcs and centaurs' territories. It had created a temporary vacuum in the wilderness. The smaller tribes in the northern wilderness had begun to migrate here to fill up the empty space. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these smaller tribes. In order to fight for the grasslands, plains, and other living spaces, there had been a few tribal wars in the wilderness. Su Len had sent out the army of Northern Town City and the new Harpies to train their soldiers and capture more slaves. Following the military activities of Northern Town City, the number of slaves in the territory soon exceeded 10,000. Most of them were goblins and kobolds, followed by gnolls and orcs. The army of Northern Town City had also suffered losses when they were clearing out the other tribes. The medium-sized tribes had a high chance of producing some spellcasters. The ones that had the highest chance of producing spellcasters were kobold sorcerers. After suffering a few losses, the army of Northern Town City would eliminate any sorcerers or shamans as soon as they found them. Due to the increase in slaves and refugees, Northern Town City's food consumption had increased as well. Luckily, Northern Town City had enough food. With the harvest altar, they did not have to worry about food shortages. After a year of development, Northern Town City had become quite famous in the northern provinces. Many bankrupt farmers and merchants had started to come to the city. The population of Northern Town City had grown rapidly. Excluding the slaves, Mirror Lake City, and Centaur City, Northern Town City now had a population of over 22,000. With sufficient labor resources, Su Luan sped up the construction of the Arc de Triomphe. Because of the construction of the Mirror Lake City and the Centaur City, about half of the slaves had been transferred to the Northern Town City. Now, after a large number of arrests, the number of slaves had skyrocketed, and the construction of the entire Northern Town City had accelerated. The Arc de Triomphe was the second most spectacular building in Northern Town City. It was built to celebrate Sulan's greatness, so it was of utmost importance. White marble was mined from the Sierra de Lotus. They were transported to Northern Town City by camel beasts and polished by stonemasons before they could be used. The pieces of marble were polished until they were smooth and flat. They were then dragged over by slaves. Each piece of marble weighed over a ton. Some of the bigger ones even weighed over 3 tons. The middle gate of the Arc de Triomphe was 10 meters wide. The smaller gates on both sides were 6 meters wide. The Arc de Triomphe was built on Sunrise Street, the main street of Northern Town City. After passing through the Arc de Triomphe, one would reach the central square. The gate was 19 meters tall. After the Arc de Triomphe was completed, it would be the tallest building in Northern Town City, second only to the Harvest Altar. The inner walls of the gate were carved with lifelike reliefs. These reliefs depicted Sulan's victories against his enemies. From the gnolls to the Cryopterus, the trolls, the orcs, and so on, the many battles. After some artistic embellishment by the master sculptors, even Sulan felt like he was watching an epic. With enough manpower, the construction of the Arc de Triomphe was very fast. Karina and Grace had to cast all kinds of spells to help with the construction. The arched gate of the Arc de Triomphe was very heavy. It was very difficult to move it with the current manpower, but it was just a little troublesome for the wizards. With the help of 2 grade 4 extraordinary warlocks, the marble that weighed at least a few dozen tons was successfully moved up. After the top was covered, the construction of the Arc de Triomphe was more than half done. The rest would require the sculptors to carve the marble. After the marble was placed, Karina and Grace still needed to cast mud to stone to fuse the original pieces of marble into a hole. After the Arc de Triomphe was completed, it would be a hole. After a lot of construction in North Town, a group of skilled sculptors had been cultivated. Sulan specifically asked Hathaway to make some special tools for sculpting stone. These tools could make it easier to carve marble. With the help of these tools, the exterior decoration of the Arc de Triomphe was carved very quickly. After all the carvings were completed, the Arc de Triomphe was also blessed with hardening. Hardening was first used during the Arcane Empire to build the floating space city. The effect of this spell was permanent. When it was cast, even a piece of wood would become as hard as steel. It was said that during the Arcane Empire era, the floating space city's defense could withstand the most powerful prophecy spell, Meteorite Fall, without any damage. After the Arcane Empire disappeared, the wizards had been trying to build a floating space city, but they failed for various reasons. The biggest problem was energy. A powerful energy source was needed to raise a city. Legend had it that every floating space city was powered by a mice energy core, but no wizard had ever found such a thing. Even the manufacturing process of the mice energy core was unknown. After failing to build a floating space city, the wizards took a step back and built a wizard tower. Of course, there were also wizards who built floating space towers. These wizard towers were built with obsidian and were then blessed with hardening. The degree of hardness was very high. In order to prevent the Arc de Triomphe from being damaged, Sulan also blessed it with hardening. It was not a small job. Even Hathaway was brought in to work with him. It took a few days for the Arc de Triomphe to be blessed with hardening. However, the Arc de Triomphe still had one last process to be completed. Sulan went down the stairs in the Arc de Triomphe and entered the interior of the Arc de Triomphe. There was a room inside the Arc de Triomphe, which was used to store the Battle Soul Stone. Sulan took the Battle Soul Stone from the storage space. The purple Battle Soul Stone looked very beautiful. Sulan came to the altar in the center of the room. He took a deep breath and placed the Battle Soul Stone on the base of the altar. Chapter 230. The purple battle's soul stone was gently placed on the altar. Pa! With a soft sound, the battle's soul stone was perfectly embedded. Su Luan took a few steps back, and a magnificent and majestic energy suddenly erupted. There was a faintly discernible sound of fighting. Soon, the sound of fighting gradually disappeared and was replaced by an impassioned battle song. Su Luan seemed to see a majestic army shouting and marching to the battlefield on the beat of drums. A magnificent door appeared above the altar. 2 hero spirits stood quietly at the door. The soldiers who died with Su Lan appeared one by one and disappeared into the door. After a while, all the light disappeared and everything returned to normal. The familiar system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, you have successfully built a wonder building, the Arc de Triomphe. Arc de Triomphe, this is a building used to praise the victors. Owning this building will make the territory more active. The army values honor and the territory is full of martial spirit. Indestructible +50, War God will +30, People's martial spirit +30, Military enthusiasm +30, Battle to the death +30, Territory prosperity +15, Territory culture +10, Army morale +30, Enemy deterrence +30, Additional skill, Song of Triumph, Song of Triumph. Every time the melody of the Song of Triumph is played, the army's morale will be increased by 50%. The effect lasts for 24 hours. The army's combat power will be increased by 30%. There is a chance to activate the Battle to the Death effect. Battle to the Death. After activating the Battle to the Death effect, the army of the northern battlefront city will be motivated to fight to the last soldier. After activating the Battle to the Death effect, the soldiers' attack will be increased by 30% and their defense will be lowered. After the Arc de Triomphe was completed, a strange energy spread from the building and shrouded the entire city. After the Arc de Triomphe was completed, Su Lan prepared a grand celebration. After the celebration, the army in the northern battlefront city became more enthusiastic. However, Su Lan did not continue to expand the army. The ratio of the army in the northern battlefront city was already very high. He did not plan to increase the number of soldiers. After finishing the construction of the Arc de Triomphe, Su Lan became idle again. He resumed the dodging training that he had stopped for a while. Apart from the daily training, Su Lan had been competing with the soybeans during this period of time. The soybeans were harvested, and they had too many uses. Previously, Frodo used animal oil to cook. Although animal oil was good, there was a limited amount of it and some dishes were not suitable to use animal oil. Now that they had soybeans, Su Lan specially made an oil press. The style of the oil press was somewhat primitive. It used an ancient screw-type oil press. Like a screw, it slowly squeezed the soybeans into a cake and squeezed out the oil inside. This type of oil press had long been phased out in his previous life. The reason was simple: low oil output, low efficiency, and time-consuming. However, in this world, this type of screw-type oil press was an advanced product. Su Lan had seen it a few times when he was young and followed his grandparents to extract oil in the countryside. Although his memory of the past was blurry, he remembered the working principle. With Sullen's mechanical skills, it was not too difficult to make an oil press. After finding a few craftsmen to assist him, Su Lan successfully made an oil press in a few days. Oil press, an ordinary oil press. Of course, other than extracting oil, you can also use it to extract juice. You can also call it the juicer. Oil output +8, effort saving +10, durability +10, work efficiency +12. After the juicer, the oil press was made, Su Luan asked someone to bring some soybeans. The soybeans needed to be heated to about 60 degrees Celsius before being poured into the oil press. Su Lan did not have a thermometer, so he had to make do with it. After the soybeans were heated until they were a little hot, he asked the workers to work on it. After turning the screw shaft, the machine began to operate. Soon, some clear oil flowed out from the oil outlet. As the screw shaft turned, more and more oil was produced. After a while, it began to reduce gradually. Finally, it stopped completely. When the machine was turned on, the soybeans had been turned into soybean cakes. These soybean cakes could be crushed and used as animal feed. There was no waste at all. Other than the soybean oil, there was also the tofu pudding that Su Len could not forget. In the past, he did not have the means, but now, he would not mistreat himself. Although he had forgotten how to make tofu pudding, he still knew how to make tofu. He told the craftsmen how to make tofu pudding and let them try it. To Sullen's surprise, instead of tofu pudding, they made soy milk. The craftsmen did not find a way to solidify the soy milk, and Su Len did not know how to do it. Fortunately, he had heard of a saying, brine makes tofu. However, there was another problem. How was he going to make brine? Su Len realized that in his previous life, there were some very simple things that you would not know if you did not understand them. However, brine was supposed to be salty, so Su Len had no choice but to let the craftsmen experiment according to this idea. While the craftsmen were scratching their heads because of Sullen's idea, Su Len began his daily dodging training. After the upgrade, the training ground was even more difficult. After entering the training ground, Su Len felt as if he was carrying a 100-kilogram weight on his back. This was a runic array designed by Hathaway. It could add all kinds of negative statuses to the training, such as weakening, slowing, doubling gravity, and so on. Su Len couldn't resist it because he had legendary toughness. Moreover, his constitution was very high. If he resisted it, these spells would most likely fail the test of toughness, and the result would be a huge drop in the training results. After various debuffs appeared on his body, he activated the training ground, and arrows shot out rapidly. After the upgrade, the crossbows in the training ground were all added with wind element. In other words, the arrows shot out from the crossbows came with a haste spell. The arrows were very fast. Under normal circumstances, Su Len could easily dodge the arrows with haste. However, there were many debuffs on his body, so his body was obviously much slower. His brain could react, but his body could not dodge in time. For a time, Sullen's figure in the training ground became very difficult. This situation was because the brain had not adapted to the body. However, after dodging for a while, Sullen's control of his body finally improved. Although his speed did not increase, his dodging was not so difficult. After adapting to the training, Su Len began to increase the difficulty. The arrows he used to attack changed from 5 to 7, and there was also a pair of machetes. Su Len was once again in a difficult situation. The difficulty of the training ground increased little by little. After about an hour, the training ended. At this time, Sullen's training clothes were already in tatters. Although Sullen's performance was not bad at the beginning, as the difficulty increased, another mace would be swung at him as soon as he dodged the axe. Before he could dodge, more than a dozen arrows would block his dodging space. If it were not for his strong constitution, he would have been lying on the ground. However, although he looked miserable, Su Len also gained a lot of benefits. During the training just now, Su Len had turned off the system notification. After the training was over, he checked the system log. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the information of jump dodge after the hard training. Your jump dodge experience has increased. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the information of intuition dodge after the hard training. Your intuition dodge experience has increased. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the information of flexible dodge after the hard training. Your flexible dodge experience has increased. And the last line made his eyes light up. Congratulations, host. Your jump dodge experience is full. You have obtained the talent, jump dodge. Congratulations, host. Your flexible dodge experience is full. You have obtained the talent, flexible dodge. Su Len was a little surprised to get 2 dodges at one time, but it was a pity that he did not get intuition dodge. Intuition dodge could be said to be the strongest among the basic dodges. After mastering intuition dodge, it was just like the literal meaning. He did not need to see it with his eyes and could only rely on his intuition to dodge. This talent was also the most difficult to get among the basic dodges. After intuition dodge, there was proficiency in intuition dodge. It was even more difficult to get this talent. Even if there were powerful rogues, there were very few who could master this talent. This kind of person had a very strong intuition for danger, and it was also very difficult to sneak attack them. Of course, proficiency in intuition dodge was not the most powerful talent. After entering the realm of legends, some people would get the sixth sense talent similar to supernatural powers. This talent was a bug. It seemed to have some ability to predict the future. It was said that the gods generally had the sixth sense talent. As for the more advanced, super sixth sense, this was already a legendary talent. People who had this talent could be regarded as little experts and dare to venture into all kinds of dangerous areas. However, this talent could not be obtained through postnatal training. Even the upper level, sixth sense, talent was innate or naturally awakened after entering the realm of legends. After going through various commandments and completing many practices, it was possible to further strengthen the sixth sense talent. For other professions, it was completely dependent on luck. Sulan did not think that far yet. He now wanted to max out his basic dodges and get proficiency in intuition dodge. Although it was still not as good as the sixth sense talent, as a legendary powerhouse, it was almost enough. After all, he was not a rogue. He basically relied on dodging to survive. Although he did not have the sixth sense talent, he had the legendary battle reflex. Coupled with parry, the effect was not bad. Chapter 231. After the Arc de Triomphe in Northern Town City was completed, many workers and slaves were free. As a black-hearted capitalist and an evil slave owner, there was no way he would let his workers rest. The next day, he announced the construction plan for the city. The first thing he needed to do was to upgrade the granary. The granary in Northern Town was very simple and crude. After all, they did not have a lot of food. However, due to the harvest altar, the food production had skyrocketed. Northern Town's granary was now full. In order to preserve the food, some of the granaries were taken out for storage. However, they could only be stored temporarily. After all, potatoes were not easy to preserve. Without a professional granary, the potatoes would sprout easily. Potatoes were different from other crops. The sprouted potatoes were poisonous. Once they sprouted, they would be inedible. The granaries in North Town City were built underground. The space above ground only took up a third or even less. This kind of underground granary had a low internal temperature, which made it easier to preserve the food. Since it was located in the underground, even if a fire broke out, only the top layer of the food would be burned down. The food buried in the underground would be fine. Sulan attached great importance to the granaries. He specifically found an official from the basic level to be in charge of the granaries. He also set up a strict management and inspection system. He did not want a fire dragon to burn the granaries, or soldiers from the dead to borrow food, like in ancient times. The granaries in Northern Town were built in the northwest, close to the Red Sand River. The aqueduct was close, too. Once a fire broke out, it would be solved in the shortest time possible. A granary could store around 10 tons of food. Sulan planned to build 20 to 30 granaries. The food they stored would be enough to feed Northern Town for 3 years. These granaries were the reserve granaries. They would not be used under normal circumstances to prevent wars and other disasters. Apart from the strategic reserve granary, Northern Town also had a normal granary. This granary was used to provide food for Northern Town. As for the strategic reserve granary, it would not be used unless it was purchased at a low price. Even if the food became moldy after a long time, it would be sent to the winery to be brewed. With 1,000 craftsmen and even more slaves, the granaries in the North Town City were built very quickly. A standard granary had a diameter of 8 meters and a depth of 6 meters. The granary was located in a relatively high area in the North Town City. The ground was dry and hard, and there was a layer of bricks inside the granary. The bricks were covered with chaff and hay to prevent moisture. In order to build this granary, Su Luan had read a lot of information and asked those experienced craftsmen. Then he started the construction. After all the granaries were excavated, they were dried with firewood. The next step of construction was not started until there was no more moisture. The interior of the granary was paved with a layer of bricks. The sand from the Red Sand River was washed, dried, and placed into the granary. Together with the chaff and hay, the granary took 7 days from start to finish. When the last door was put in, the granary was considered complete. Excellent granary, indestructible plus 23, durability plus 24, fire plus 28, moisture resistance plus 26, insect and rat repellent plus 25, mildew reduction plus 25. As it turned out, Sullen's granary was quite good. All the granaries in the future were built according to this model. After establishing the standard, Su Luan asked the craftsmen to build according to this standard. Then he went to Hathaway's laboratory. The books and materials he got from the necromancer last time had been given to Hathaway, along with some potions he got from the necromancer. Today, Hathaway informed him that those potions had been identified. He went to Hathaway's lab. Now, Hathaway's lab was several times bigger than before. The functions inside were more complete. When Su Len came in, a clay golem opened the door for him. Hathaway's lab was no longer the same as before. There were 6 clay golems alone. These golems were in charge of all kinds of basic work in the lab. Sometimes, they would also help Hathaway with some dangerous experiments. Hathaway, have these potions been identified? Su Len looked at the various bottles on the test bench next to him and asked. These bottles were no different from when Su Len sent them. Yes. Hathaway nodded gently. She didn't raise her head. She was holding a carving knife in her hand and was carving a dragon skin armor. A mysterious runic array quickly formed in her hand. Then, Hathaway snapped her fingers. All kinds of materials that had been mixed flew out of the box next to her. These materials quickly fused under the control of magic. Then, as if they had a life of their own, they fused into the dragon skin armor that had been completely engraved with runes. The aura dissipated, and the runes shone brightly. Then, the brilliance faded, and the dragon skin armor returned to its previous ordinary appearance. Strong Gale Dragon Skin Armor plus 3, Indestructible plus 10, Light and Flexible plus 8, Spell Resistance plus 10, Acid Resistance plus 10, Spells, Haste, Bull Strength. Once a day. Additional effect, Deterrence, originated from the innate ability of dragons. Although your own creatures don't have a powerful dragon deterrence like a real dragon, their majesty is still a great deterrence to lower creatures. When the dragon skin armor was made, part of the Euron's deterrence effect was retained. There was a chance to scare away unsteady enemies. There was a chance to cause a deterrence test to the enemy during battle. The enemy would have to undergo a will test. Seeing this dragonskin armor, Su Luan was also a little surprised. Hathaway's skills were getting more and more exquisite. This dragonskin armor could be said to be the best among all the dragonskin armors she made. After putting away the tools, Hathaway picked up the black tea next to her and took a sip. Then she said, "The potions you got from the necromancer are not simple. I was shocked when I identified them." Really? Could it be that those potions can greatly increase one's strength after taking them? Sullen's eyes lit up. Hathaway rolled her eyes and looked at him as if he was an idiot. Do you think that necromancer would not use those potions himself and run around with them? Maybe his brain had a cramp. Su Len pursed his lips. Although he knew that the probability was very low, it didn't stop him from imagining it. Hathaway ignored him. Instead, she took out a piece of paper and said, "This is the identification result and how to use all the potions you brought back. Take a look yourself. I still have to study how to improve the rock golems." How to improve the rock golems? You should make one to practice first and then improve it. Su Len took the identification result and flipped through it. Manticore venom, venom collected from the venom sac in the manticore's body. Highly toxic. At the same time, it has the effects of paralysis, severe pain, and confusion. Corpse oil, fat extracted from corpses, can be used to summon undead creatures to increase the success rate of summoning. Poisonous. Corpse poison potion. Corpse poison potion made from a variety of poisons. It can be used to add poison attacks to the undead. It can also be smeared on weapons. Those infected by corpse poison will slowly die if they don't have a cure potion or a priest's divine spell to dispel the poison. Explosive potion. After use, it can cause an explosion with a diameter of 15 meters. The strength of the explosion is 30 degrees. The strength of the explosion of the fireball spell is 15 degrees. Corruption potion. After use, it will cause a corruption effect. If the constitution fails to resist, the body will rot in a short period of time. Petrification potion. A potion made from the heart of a petrifying lizard and other materials. After use, it will enter a petrified state. If the petrified state is not removed within 2 hours, it will completely turn into stone. Plague potion. After use, it will release a green plague. The plague will pollute water sources, kill trees and animals, and finally create a plague. People or other humanoid creatures infected by the plague will be resurrected as low-level undead. With enough plague potion, it can even transform an area into a plague zone. Sullen's heart couldn't help but twitch when he saw the plague potion. Sure enough, these undead wizards were terrorists. They even brought this kind of destructive weapon with them. If this thing was used in a densely populated city, it wouldn't take long for the whole city to become a ghost town if it wasn't discovered or dealt with in time. It was like a fantasy version of a biological weapon. After seeing the potion, Su Len also remembered who this undead wizard called Keaton was. This guy was the plague bane of the Aubrey's kingdom. The biggest thing he did was to use this plague potion to destroy a small city. This potion was Keaton's secret recipe. It was also because of this potion that Keaton became famous. There were more than 20,000 people in that small city. This was the most outrageous thing that an undead wizard had done in the past 200 years. Later on, this guy even wanted to create an undead calamity. However, he didn't think about it. With the suppression of the gods, those who dared to do so were basically dead. Later on, Keaton was defeated by the combined forces of the Aubrey's kingdom and the temple. This guy was lucky enough to escape. The Aubrey's kingdom put a bounty of 500,000 kinnar on his head. Who would have thought that he was hiding in the underworld? This price was already very high. After all, the Red Dragon Queen's head was secretly offering only 5 million, but no one was willing to do it. The risk and reward were completely disproportionate. The Red Dragon Queen controlled the Golden Sea route and the spice trade. Her annual income was more than that. Those people were offering too little. Sullen's heart ached when he thought about how Keaton's body had been destroyed by the plague potion. 500,000 gold coins flew away from his hands just like that. Even if he used Keaton's equipment to prove that he was the one who killed Keaton, the Aubrey kingdom would still believe him. However, he wouldn't be able to get a single gold coin because the Aubrey kingdom wouldn't pay him without Keaton's head. Chapter 232. Su Len didn't feel good about missing out on 500,000 kinnar. If he knew Keaton's head was so expensive, he would have left him with a whole body. Too bad it was too late. The potions in front of him weren't very useful. He was going to destroy the disgusting stuff like corpse oil. The other poisons were pretty good. As for the plague potion, Su Len hesitated for a bit and decided to keep it. It could be used on the enemy. As a matter of fact, if the plague potion was discovered in time, it wouldn't be easy to destroy a city. As long as there were priests and wizards who could purify, dispel, or detoxify the poison, it could be dealt with. It was a surprise attack. The explosive potion was pretty good too. It had a large area of effect and was very powerful. If it could be mass-produced, it would be invincible on the battlefield. It was much more powerful than grenades. If he could get the secret recipe and build a grenadier squad, he would be invincible on the battlefield. Or, He could ask the harpies to carry the potion and bombard the target with carpet bombing. The effect would be enough to flatten a city. Sulen picked up a bottle of explosive potion and asked, Hathaway, can you derive the recipe for the explosive potion? The recipe for the explosive potion? That's a bit difficult. I'm not sure how long it will take. Hathaway replied as she flipped through the book, but the cost of this explosive potion isn't cheap. You'll have to be prepared if you want to mass produce it. Don't worry, it's just money. Northern Battlefront City is full of money now. Sulen said generously. After annexing Orlando, the Grey Dwarf, Northern Battlefront City had more than 10 million Kinnar residents. On top of that, they were earning a few $100,000 every month. It wouldn't be a problem for them to buy a duchy. Alright, I'll do it. But I suggest you recruit a few alchemists and wizards. I have too much work to do right now, and my time is limited, Hathaway said. Sulen looked at Hathaway's lab and nodded. You do need to recruit more alchemists and wizards. It's just that Northern Battlefront City is too secluded right now. It's not well known among wizards. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to recruit wizards. Sulen said with a headache. Although the Northern Citadel was developing well, there weren't many people who came to join. Even those scholars were forced by Sulen. Do you have any good suggestions? Most wizards are short on money. Hire them with money. Hathaway felt a little helpless. Many wizards were otakus. If they were not doing experiments, they were doing research, or they were meditating and practicing spells. The only reason they were willing to serve the nobles was money. Alright, that's all we can do. Sulen felt a little helpless. In fact, he had something that could attract a large number of wizards, and that was mithril. As long as he spread the word, a large number of wizards would come knocking on his door in less than a month. However, if that happened, Sulen might not even be able to keep his silver mine. Then I'll go first. Sulen put away the potion and was ready to leave. Wait, I'm going to make a stone golem. Can you help me? Hathaway said. Sulen had experienced the power of a stone golem in the trial space before. Each one of them weighed a few tons and had thick skin. Although they were a little slow and had no magic attacks, they were still very useful on the battlefield. Otherwise, wizards wouldn't have made them into a regular army. As for the stronger steel golems, Hathaway still couldn't make one. They required a large amount of soul crystals to be activated. Sulen only had a few pieces, and they were obtained from killing the necromancer Keaton. If he wanted a large amount of soul crystals, he had to cultivate them himself. The other way was to go to the bottomless abyss. Cultivating them himself was too bloody, and Sulen didn't consider it. This kind of thing was only done by some wizards during the Witch King era. Later, the Witch King era disappeared, and this kind of thing was listed as a taboo. Now, the only way he could think of to get a large amount of large soul crystals was to go to the bottomless abyss. As long as it was an elite-level demon, one could obtain a large piece of soul crystal after killing it. If one killed a high-grade demon, one could obtain a legendary-level soul crystal and even the divine power of the demon. Of course, it was very difficult to do so. The Arcane Kingdom once invaded the abyss, and those powerful arcanists drove the floating space city into the abyss. It caused the fall of several abyss demons. It was also in those wars that the gods began to fear the power of the arcanists. As for cultivating large soul crystals, this kind of thing was the devil's forte. They would lure greedy people through contracts, and then use various methods to lure the contractor to fall and set up various traps. It was said that after suffering, there was even a chance to get a legendary soul crystal. Of course, this statement had not been confirmed. However, the devil lured people to fall, let them be immersed in their own desires, and then harvest their souls. The probability of getting a high-quality soul crystal was very high. It was said that the method of cultivating soul crystals during the Witch King era was learned from the devil. There were many materials for the rock golem, from the general granite golem to the top obsidian golem. The difficulty of construction was different, and the price was also very different. An ordinary rock golem cost 50,000 to 60,000 Kinnar, while an obsidian golem cost almost 100,000 kinar. The obsidian golem's magic resistance and physical resistance were not comparable to the general rock golem. In terms of magic defense, even the steel golem was not as good as it. The rock golem that Hathaway built was an ordinary granite golem, and the soul core only needed a medium-sized soul crystal. Su Len had more than 30 of this level of soul crystals, all of which were contributed by the necromancer. Speaking of which, this necromancer was really a good person. Not only did he give them EXP and equipment, but he also gave them books, knowledge, and materials. He was simply the captain of the transport team. The materials for the rock golem were now available in the northern battlefront city. The high-quality granite was directly sent to the quarry, and then the carvers would carve it. The process of making a rock golem was not too complicated, and it was not too difficult for the two who already had experience in making clay golems. The creation of the rock golem could be divided into 3 parts. The first part was the construction of the body parts. This step could be done by taking them apart. Fortunately, the northern battlefront city had a large number of carvers, and Su Len was relieved to let them carve it. The second part was the assembly of the body parts. This step was like piecing together a toy model, completely piecing the rock golem together. Of course, when piecing together, they had to pay attention to the runic array inside the rock golem. The third part was the casting and activation. This part required Hathaway to cast the spell. She had to activate the soul center of the rock golem, and at the same time, she had to activate the life construct. In fact, Su Len had considered whether he could set up a production line for rock golems in the future. As long as the production line was started, he could mass-produce rock golems like an assembly line. He was not the first to have this idea. In the era of the floating city, in addition to a large number of wizards living in each floating city, there were also a large number of rock golem legions. These rock golem legions were produced using the assembly line method. This was also why the arcanists in the era of the Arcane Empire could rely on the rock golem legions to beat the demons who had always relied on the human wave tactic to the ground. After all, the birth rate of demons really could not keep up with the production rate of rock golems. A rock golem was about 3 meters tall and needed about 3,000 pounds of rock. After carving, the weight would be slightly reduced. Of course, there were also some large rock golems that weighed up to several tons. The main craft of making a rock golem was carving, and it required the use of magic essential oils and runic matrices. The carving craftsman would solve the problem of carving. As for the runic matrices, they needed Hathaway to carve them. After carving the runes, they also needed to use gemstone powder, magic alloy, and other materials to completely integrate them into the body of the rock golem. This step was also very important. Gemstone powder and magic alloy could be said to be the most expensive things in the rock golem, apart from the soul crystals. Su Len optimized and modified some parts of the rock golem according to the principles of mechanical control. Finally, the rock golem was assembled. After the assembly was completed, it needed to be activated with the soul crystals and cast the spell to activate the life of the construct. Although all this was very simple, Su Len and Hathaway were busy for 5 days to make a rock golem. The two of them went back and forth between the Lord's castle and the laboratory almost every day. It took 3 days just to carve the runes and improve and optimize the energy transmission system, and 2 days to carve and assemble. The carving of each part of the rock golem was done strictly according to the dimensions given by Su Len. The head, torso, and limbs were all made separately. The advantage of this was that even if the carving was broken, it was easy to replace. All the parts of the rock golem were made into standard parts, and it was more convenient to assemble the rock golem. After the parts were made into standard parts, it was very easy to repair the rock golem. If a part was broken, it could be replaced directly. As long as the soul core was not damaged, the rock golem would not die. This was also the preparation that Su Len made in advance to try to build a rock golem factory in the future. After the final assembly was completed, Hathaway took a medium-sized soul crystal and began to activate the rock golem. She also cast the spell to activate the life of the construct. Su Len had not figured out how to replace these steps. If he could not solve this problem, the rock golem factory in northern town would need a group of wizards who specialized in activating rock golems. Powerful elemental energy burst out from Hathaway's body, followed by a throbbing of the soul. The soul crystal turned into a purple soul energy and merged with the rock golem's body in an instant, and finally calmed down. At the same time, the rock golem moved in an instant. Ding! The host has participated in the production of rock golems. You have obtained more information on magic technology. Your magic technology experience has increased. Chapter 233. Northern Wasteland. It was already midsummer. Even though Northern Wasteland City was located in the north of the continent, the weather was still very hot. Sulan was lying in his room with two small wind elementals acting as electric fans. The wind blew gently, and there was a fruit platter on the table next to him. There were all kinds of fresh and juicy fruits on the fruit platter. Just looking at them was enough to whet one's appetite. Sulan was lying in a rocking chair. The two maids, Angela and Annie, were massaging his calves and shoulders. Chris was sitting at the side. She picked up a tender cherry and put it in her mouth before feeding it to Sulan. Sulan opened his mouth and ate the cherry. He hugged Chris and took a bite. This was what life was like. Northern Wasteland City had been developing well recently. It was also because of this that Sulan had the time to enjoy the luxurious life of a feudal noble. My lord, there's an urgent military situation. Just as Sulan was enjoying his luxurious life, a guard reported from outside the door. Come in. Sulan said lazily. Angela and Annie's massage was too comfortable. His entire body felt soft and relaxed. My lord, there's a large-scale battle in the Sierra de Lotus in the north. It's speculated that both sides are powerful magic beasts. Have you confirmed what kind of magic beasts it is? Sulan asked. The reconnaissance team has already sent people to investigate. There's no news so far. I see. Sulan waved his hand. There had been a few news reports about high-level magic beasts recently. Sulan was also curious. After this year, the high-level magic beasts in the northern wastelands seemed to have entered the active period. Under normal circumstances, high-ranked magic beasts had their own territories. They would divide their territories, and under normal circumstances, these high-ranked magic beasts wouldn't easily leave their territories. But now, there were continuous fights between high-ranked magic beasts. Aside from this, when Sulan was building Mirror Lake City, he discovered that it wasn't just magic beasts, even wild beasts were becoming restless. Winter wolves rarely appeared in the northern city, but there were 5 of them last time. Even the patrolling army often reported that there were wild beasts attacking the territory. This was very unusual in Sulan's eyes. Under normal circumstances, wild beasts would not attack humans, especially human armies. Under normal circumstances, those wild beasts would avoid human armies. Things like this rarely happened unless there was a lack of food in the winter. The starving wild beasts had no other choice but to attack the territory to obtain food. It was summer now, the time when the plants in the northern wasteland were the most lush. The water and grass were abundant, and wild beasts were multiplying. It was the time of the year when food was the most abundant. During this time, wild beasts would not provoke humans. But now, there were wild beasts attacking human territory. Sulan thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. He was a bit annoyed. After saying goodbye to Hathaway, Sulan went to the lab to find Hathaway. If there was anyone in the territory who had the most knowledge, it would probably be Hathaway. Karina and Grace were a bit behind. When he arrived at the lab, Hathaway was drawing on the lab table. Sulan glanced at the drawings. There were stone golems of different sizes on the drawings. These stone golems had been separated into different parts. At the same time, the composition and runes on them were a bit different. At the same time, there were some golems that Sulan had never seen before. They should be the ones recorded in the book that Sulan obtained from the necromancer. What kind of golems are these? Sulen asked curiously. The golems on the drawings were very different from the stone golems. They didn't have the heavy feeling of the stone golems. On the contrary, they had smooth lines and looked very agile. Their hands were sharp claws, and they also had a pair of wings. These are gargoyle golems, Hathaway explained. This kind of golem is a variant of the rock golem. Unlike ordinary golems, gargoyle golems have the ability to fly and don't have the weakness of ordinary rock golems. Gargoyles move very quickly. They can fly? Sulen asked in surprise. Yes, they are flying golems. Hathaway nodded. And these golems are very different from the stone golems. Normal stone golems aren't made as professional combat units. The stone golems made by wizards are multi-purpose golems. They can help their masters with their work, and they can also fight in critical moments. These gargoyle golems are different. They are completely made for combat, so they are called battle golems. Battle golems? How are they fighting? Sulen asked with great interest. Not bad. Their attack power is close to that of the stone golems, but their defense is a little lower. If they fight with the stone golems, they can't do anything to each other. If they fight with the obsidian golems, the gargoyle golems are no match for them. However, these golems were designed to fight against air units. After hearing Hathaway's explanation, Sulen also understood the characteristics of these gargoyle golems. First, they were more expensive than stone golems, but less expensive than obsidian golems. Second, the gargoyle golems had decent attack power and low energy consumption, which was only consumed when they were activated. The dormant gargoyle was like a normal stone golem, so it didn't consume any energy. Third, they could fight against air units, which was the original intention of the gargoyle golems. Ordinary golems, from clay golems to stone golems to steel golems, basically didn't have the ability to fight against air units. They could only do so after special modifications. The gargoyle golems were specifically designed to deal with air units. Most wizard schools had the technology to create ordinary golems, but after the modification of the basic golems, there was a big difference. Each school had their own technology to create golems. For example, the armor golem looked like a knight's plate armor. It was flexible and fast, and its cost was lower than that of the stone golems. There was also the skeleton golem, which cost even less. The gargoyle golem was a special type of golem in the necromancer school. The cost of this golem was only half of the obsidian golem, and it also used some knowledge of the necromancer. Because it used obsidian as its main body, the gargoyle golem had high magic and physical resistance. We have the harpies now, so we don't need the gargoyle golems for the time being, but they can be used as a technical reserve, Sulen said after thinking for a moment. I know. I only plan to make a few and put them on the roof of the castle. Once someone invades from above, they will wake up and attack immediately, Hathaway said with a nod. By the way, why did you come to see me this time? Hathaway asked. Sulen said with dissatisfaction, can't I just come to see you? Haha. Hathaway rolled her eyes at Sulen. Okay. I admit that I came to see you about something, but it was just in passing. I came to see you specifically, Sulen emphasized. Hathaway looked at Sulen without saying anything. Her expression was as if to say, do you think I'll believe you? Scumbag. Something happened in the territory recently. I want to ask if you know the reason. Sulen pretended not to see her expression and changed the topic. What's the problem? Hathaway asked. There have been a lot of wild beasts attacking the army and slaves in the territory recently. Now is not the winter season when there is a lack of food, so they shouldn't be in such a situation. Also, the soldiers of the reconnaissance camp have reported that they have found several high-grade magical beasts fighting. I feel that something is not right in the wasteland recently, Sulen said with confusion. Something is not right. Hathaway nodded and said, maybe you didn't notice it because you're not a wizard, but I noticed that the concentration of elements in Northgard City is slowly increasing. The elemental energy is also a bit chaotic. I think there's a connection between these things. What connection? I wonder if you've heard of the elemental tide? Hathaway asked as she took off her spectacles. Sulen frowned and said, Elemental tide? What's that? The elemental tide is a term for the periodic changes in elemental energy discovered by wizards. It involves a lot of advanced knowledge, and it's hard to understand without systematic study. Hathaway looked at Sulen with an expression that said, You're stupid. I can't explain it to you. The veins on Sulen's forehead twitched. Tell me about it. Su Luan resisted the urge to spank her and said, All right. Hathaway shrugged and continued, You should know that the place we're living in is called a plane in wizard theory. There are many planes like this in the multiverse. Some planes are flat, wrapped in a layer of membrane to protect them. Some planes are planets, and some are half-planes, and so on. All of these planes were first born in the origin sea. Some people call it the ether. The origin sea is boundless. It's filled with the most primitive energy. All the energy in the multiverse comes from the origin sea. In other words, the elemental energy around us originated from the origin sea. As for the elemental tide, let's make a simple analogy. Think of the origin sea as a vast ocean. This ocean is constantly moving. You should know that the ocean has its own ebb and flow. These are all natural phenomena. So, the origin sea is an ocean of energy. It has its own ebb and flow, and this energy ebb and flow is called the elemental tide by wizards. Normally, the sea level will only rise after the ebb and flood the coast. However, the elemental tide is different. It's energy that rises. The rise of energy in the origin sea will directly lead to the rise of energy in the multiverse. Chapter 234. So in the multiverse, there will be an increase or decrease in the concentration of elements. At the same time, the distribution of the energy is not uniform. Some planes have high elemental energy, and some planes have low elemental energy. Some planes that are about to reach their end will gradually die. You're saying that our world is experiencing an elemental tide? Sulen asked. Not so stupid, Hathaway praised, looking like a child that could be taught. Sulen looked at the little witch with his spear. The elemental tide cycle is very long. Half of the time, it's 500 to 800 years. Sometimes, it can even last for thousands of years. The time is not fixed. If it lasts for so long, how can you be sure that it's caused by the elemental tide? Sulen was a little curious. And it's only happening to beasts and high-level magical beasts. Why doesn't it happen to humans? Hathaway looked at Sulen with a look of disdain. As early as a few decades ago, the wizards predicted that the elemental tide was about to start. After all, it's been a few hundred years since the last elemental tide. As for the beasts and magical beasts, it's because they are more sensitive to elements than humans. Many beasts may look like normal beasts, but who knows if they have the blood of magical beasts. These beasts can easily mutate during the elemental tide and evolve into magical beasts. Magical beasts are born to control elements. In terms of their sensitivity to elements, even wizards can't compare. Didn't you learn a domain? Open your domain and feel the changes in the elemental energy in your domain. You should find something. Sulen nodded, then slowly closed his eyes and activated his lightning domain. He did not move the elemental energy around him. Instead, Sulen opened up his huge spiritual network and began to feel the elemental energy around him. Soon, he found that the elemental energy around him was a little different. The elemental energy in the outside world was a lot denser today, and it was very active. He could also clearly feel that the consumption of energy when he used his domain had decreased. There are many benefits to the elemental tide. For example, it will make it easier for wizards to cast spells, and the number of ordinary people with the potential to become a wizard will also increase. Other than these benefits, the disadvantage is that the magic beasts will become more powerful, and their numbers will also increase. The elemental tide is fair to everyone, including magical beasts. The requirement to become a wizard was very high. If he wanted to become a wizard, he had to have at least 18 points of spirit. Of course, as a child with the potential to become a wizard, there would need to reach at least 12 points. Then, according to the training method of wizard apprentices, there would reach 18 points when they reached adulthood. Under normal circumstances, the apprentice would be trained between the ages of 8 to 14. Only those who had a will of 12 points would have the opportunity to become a wizard. It was said that during the period of the Arcane Empire, the arcanists had a magical weave. As long as one's mental strength reached 15 points when they reached adulthood, they could become an arcanist. The magic net greatly reduced the threshold for becoming an arcanist, which led to the number of arcanists in the Arcane Empire being 100 times more than the current wizards. The huge number of arcanists created the glorious civilization of the Arcane Empire. Sulen slowly opened his eyes. Just now, he had felt the difference in the world. The elements had become more active, and the difficulty of casting spells had decreased. This meant that more wizards would appear, and at the same time, the world would change. The most obvious change at the beginning of the elemental tide was the increase in the number of powerful beings. The original old pattern would definitely be broken. Even many powerful creatures active in the last era would awaken. Some powerful creatures would fall into a deep slumber or leave the prime material plane for the astral plane due to the weakening of the elemental concentration. The main material world would make them feel uncomfortable, and the stronger the creature, the more obvious it would be. The increase in strength would definitely breed more ambition. They would be dissatisfied with the old order and want to gain more benefits. Then, the only way was to fight. Sulen could already foresee that there would be endless wars on the continent in the future. Sulen was not worried about the upcoming challenges. The elemental tide gave everyone an experience buff, not just some people. With the system, he was confident that he would become stronger and stronger. In the quiet night, everything returned to normal. In the summer night, there was still a dry heat in the air. There were sounds of insects outside. In the room in the Lord's castle, Sulen did not sleep after the battle. After knowing that the elemental tide was coming, he felt a sense of urgency. In the Sage era, his mind was the clearest. In the end, Sulen gave up. The elemental tide was not something that could be changed by human power. The only thing he could do was to make himself stronger. He could not change the changes in the world, so he had to occupy an advantageous position in this change. After thinking it through, Sulen no longer hesitated. He hugged the soft body beside him and found a comfortable position to fall asleep. When he woke up the next day, Sulen felt refreshed. Hathaway and Alex had not woken up yet. The little succubus Chris had already left. Sulen got dressed under the care of Angela and Annie. After getting used to the feudal aristocratic life of being served by others, it felt great. After a simple breakfast, Sulen did some simple exercises. Then, he started his work for the day. During this time, the summer grain had started to mature. The wheat planted in the northern city could be harvested. A portion of the wheat would be sent to the city lord's castle. The other portion would be sold. In addition to purchasing the summer grain, Sulen went to the military camp. During this time, the army in the northern city did not engage in any large-scale battles. However, there were continuous small-scale battles. Some of the spearmen had finally been promoted to the spear guard. Now, there were only 2 formation breaker soldiers in the northern city. If he wanted to obtain more soldiers, he would need a large number of spear guard soldiers to undergo training. The training method of the formation breaker soldiers was crueler than that of the spear guard soldiers. After a period of training, they would be arranged to try to advance. If Sulen could recruit 700 formation breaker soldiers, he could completely rely on the formation breaker to defeat the orc army like the last time he encountered the orc invasion. Now, the strength of the soldiers in the northern city had begun to develop into a high-end combat force. With the beginning of the elemental tide, the enemies they would encounter in the future would become stronger and stronger. In the face of such enemies, the effect of ordinary soldiers was infinitely close to zero. Moreover, the population of the northern city limited Sulen's ability to use the human wave tactic. Since he could not gain an advantage in numbers, he could only crush them in terms of quality. As long as he had enough time, Su Len was confident that he could obtain more spear guard soldiers and formation breaker soldiers. However, while Su Len was training, more and more attacks began to occur in the territory. In order to ensure the safety of the territory, Su Len began to send more people to the territory. At the same time, he took the initiative to eliminate the potential dangers around the territory. In order to let more spear guards become spear guards, Su Len personally led the spear guards to clear out all kinds of monsters. The thorn forest was the name Su Len gave to the area because there were a lot of low shrubs growing in the forest. According to the scouts, there seemed to be magic beasts appearing here. In fact, the stronger a beast was, the faster it would evolve into a magic beast. On the contrary, the weaker a beast was, the faster it would evolve into a magic beast. Of course, the potential between the two was different. The soldiers were wearing armor and wielding swords, cutting a path in the thorn forest. The danger level of this area had increased. In fact, even the weakest magic beast was very dangerous. The lowest challenge level of a magic beast was level 9, which was equivalent to the peak of a Grand Knight. It was only one step away from becoming a Knight Commander. The sun was rising, and the weather was getting hotter. The soldiers were wearing heavy armor, and they were all sweating under the sun. The armor was airtight. Su Len looked at the sun and said, "Stop advancing. Set up camp here and rest. Be careful of the danger. Also, make a fire and cook. Continue searching in the afternoon." "Yes, sir." The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief and began to find a cool place to rest. Although they were resting, none of the soldiers took off their armor. Even their weapons were placed where they could easily reach. They were ready to fight at any time. On the other side, some of the soldiers began to set up camp. According to the requirements, even if it was a temporary camp, it had to be protected. This was a special requirement in the training of the Northern Town Army. Fortunately, they had brought a lot of tools, so they set up camp quickly. Some of them set up camp, while others began to collect firewood, cut trees, and dig up some wild vegetables and mushrooms. Many of the soldiers in the Northern Town Army had undergone wilderness survival training. After all, the barbarians lived in the wilderness all year round. They had a lot of wilderness survival skills. Although they couldn't read and couldn't even write their own names, they were like fish in water in the wilderness. They didn't have to worry about starving to death. Even in the wilderness, they could identify the size and species of animals based on their footprints. With such ability, Su Len naturally wouldn't let it go. Therefore, the Northern Town Army included wilderness survival training. If someone from the previous world saw this, they would instantly understand that Su Len was planning to train all the soldiers according to the requirements of the special forces. The construction of the camp was very fast. At the same time, smoke rose from the kitchen. The soldiers took out the dry food they had prepared and poured it into the pot. Then, they added some wild vegetables and mushrooms. Soon, the aroma of the food filled the air. Ah! Just as everyone was about to eat, a scream suddenly came. Su Len didn't even think. His body turned into a shadow and rushed over. Chapter 235. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard, but it stopped abruptly. Su Len turned into a blur and rushed out. The other soldiers followed closely behind him. Everyone held their weapons. No one dared to be careless. Su Len soon arrived at the scene. However, what he found made Su Len frown. My lord. A new spearman recruit had a frightened expression and his body was trembling. Beside him was the corpse of another spearman. However, only half of this spearman's corpse was left with blood. What happened? Where is the murderer? Su Len looked around and did not find any monsters. Carl was eaten by that flower. The spearman soldier stammered. Su Len looked at the corpse in front of him. There were some irregular teeth marks on the corpse. The corpse was badly mutilated. It looked like the upper half of the body had been swallowed. Even the iron-plated armor on the body was torn apart. Flower? What flower? The soldier, who had just joined the army not long ago, was so frightened that he stuttered. It took him a while to calm down. Carl and I came here to pick mushrooms and wild vegetables. We were going back to cook. Carl saw a patch of mushrooms under the tree and was about to pick them. But as soon as we walked over, a strange flower beside us suddenly opened its big mouth. We didn't even have time to react. Carl was swallowed. I reached out and tried to pull him over, but only his lower half was pulled back. The soldier was nervous. He pointed at a strange plant not far away. His face was pale. It was obvious that he was greatly frightened. Sulen glanced at the plant. It was a plant similar to a sunflower. However, the color of the flower was blood red. The color was unusually bright. The stem of the sunflower looked like a cloth bag. There was also a pool of blood near the plant that had not dried up. Sunwell flower? Sulen's face darkened when he saw the plant in front of him. Sulen had seen this type of plant in Hathaway's Monster Guide. It was a type of mutated plant. It did not rely on photosynthesis to grow like normal plants. Instead, it devoured all kinds of animals and humans. This type of plant could also move on its own, but at a very slow speed. Sunflower, mutated plant, man-eating flower, grade 3, gregarious, creature level, 13. Challenge rating, level 8. Has spell-like ability. Strength, 16, agility, 6, spirit, 23, vitality, 21, charm, 15 talents, camouflage, sneak attack, perception, intermediate regeneration, decoy skills, devouring attack, vine tentacles, hallucinatory fragrance, poison attack difficulty, C+. Sunwell flower was a type of mutated plant. This type of plant was the most dangerous type of man-eating plant. It could be found all over the continent. There were many types of mutated plants that could attack, such as snake vines, bloody thorns, caraman's trees, and so on. These types of plants would actively attack the animals around them. These types of plants had evolved from normal plants and had all kinds of terrifying spell-like abilities. For example, snake vines could bite and entangle their prey like poisonous snakes and release poison. Sir. At this time, the soldiers of the northern battlefront city arrived. Sulen ordered them, "There are man-eating plants here. Don't get close to them. Everyone, be alert. Don't be ambushed." Man-eating plants? Hearing Sulen's words, the soldiers immediately became nervous. They looked around the plants and scanned the area. Kate looked at the body on the ground with a grim expression. "Sir, what kind of plant is this? It swallowed a person in one bite." As a hero that Sulen had discovered from the army, Kate's strength was not outstanding. However, he had sharp instincts on the battlefield and was very suitable to be a commander. Sunwell flower. Sulen uttered a name. "Sir, how do we deal with these plants? Why don't we just set this place on fire and burn it all down?" Kate whispered. "We brought some kerosene this time. It shouldn't be a problem to set this forest on fire." The surrounding forest was so quiet that it made people's hearts palpitate. The forest in front of him gave him a very dangerous feeling. Sulen shook his head. "It's useless. These plants are very resistant to fire. Their roots are underground. If you want to burn them, you'll need a lot of kerosene." Sunwell flower's ability was not only to ambush and swallow people, but also its fragrance. This kind of plant's fragrance had a very strong hallucinogenic ability. It could make people fall into hallucinations unknowingly and then be controlled by the plant. Sometimes, the number of people was not an advantage for this kind of plant. Sulen flipped his palm and a sharp sword appeared in his hand. He then moved his body and rushed toward the sunwell flower. This kind of man-eating plant had a special characteristic, which was that it would become very lazy when digesting its prey after swallowing. At this time, as long as they didn't attack, they wouldn't attack again under normal circumstances. Moreover, when they were digesting food, the reaction of these man-eating plants would also be reduced. Experienced adventurers would prepare some cattle, sheep, and other animals for them to devour. When they were full, they would suddenly attack. As a grade 3 plant, they were very strong. Although they were only rated C+ in the monster guide, if you were careless, the consequences would be unforgettable. No, there might not be a future. This kind of plant's rating was because they had very obvious weaknesses. As long as you knew their weaknesses and made a corresponding attack plan based on their weaknesses, there were still many ways to deal with them. However, as plants, they had one thing in common: their most fatal weakness was the underground part. Sulen tiptoed and quickly rose up. The sharp sword in his hand slashed toward the sunwolf flower in front of him. The flower-shaped parts on the surface of the man-eating plant were its feeding and digestive organs. The bulging thing that looked like a bag was the body of the North Town City soldier. As Sulen expected, when Sulen attacked, the sunwolf flower's reaction was much slower. When Sulen's sword stabbed into the stem, the sunwolf flower suddenly attacked. A large number of vines shot out from the ground. Sulen's sharp sword cut horizontally. It was a plant, but it felt like cutting rubber with a knife. The vines broke, and bright red liquid flowed out of the cracks. It looked like blood. These vines were very strong. Although they had been cut off, they kept twisting after falling to the ground. It felt like the tentacles of an octopus were cut off. Whoosh! At this moment, the huge mouth that looked like a sunflower suddenly opened. The huge mouth opened ferociously. Inside the huge petals of the sunwolf flower, there were densely packed dagger-like teeth. If you were bitten by these teeth, you would immediately be torn into pieces. Inside the petals, there were things like blood vessels. Those were channels used to transport nutrients. At this time, the body of the soldier inside was already beyond recognition. At the same time, a bloody smell came, mixed with the smell of acid. It was the digestive fluid secreted by plants to digest their prey. Sulen stabbed a few times, causing some damage to the petals. However, these were not fatal. At the same time, a large number of root-like things suddenly broke out of the ground and surrounded Sulen. Sword skill, sweep sword skill, cut iron. 2 streaks of sword light shot out from the sword. The power of the sword light was so great that it directly cut the surrounding plant roots into two. The roots were cut off, causing severe pain to the sunwolf flower. The sunwolf flower's mouth also involuntarily twisted. Then, the huge petals suddenly opened like a bloody mouth and bit Sulen. However, although it was fast, it was far from enough compared to Sulen. How could it be bitten? He slid left and twisted his body. Not only did he avoid the sunwolf flower's attack, but he also took the opportunity to backhand the sunwolf flower's roots. The roots, which were as tough as dragon skin, were not cut off. Sulen moved quickly. He did not withdraw the sword in his hand. Instead, he followed the trace and cut directly. Faced with high-speed cutting, the sunwolf flower's tough roots could no longer withstand it. The ferocious mouth was directly cut off. Even so, the sunwolf flower's mouth did not show any signs of death. Instead, it kept twisting and struggling on the ground. Immediately afterward, a large number of roots broke out of the ground and madly besieged Sulen. These roots directly formed a circle, encircling Sulen in the middle, and then wrapped around him in an instant. There were also many barbs on these roots. If one was wrapped around by them, they would definitely be torn into countless pieces. Thunderstorm spell. Strong lightning burst out from Sulen's body. As the power of lightning was the most likely to trigger negative effects, under such dense lightning, all the sunwolf flower's roots trembled in an instant. Many of the roots were directly electrocuted into charcoal. The strong electric current flowed along the roots into the sunwolf flower's underground part. Even the sunwolf flower's underground part was constantly trembling from the electric current. Not far away, there was a bulge on the ground that was neither big nor small. Seeing this, Sulen's eyes flashed with lightning. Lightning spear. Powerful lightning gathered in Sulen's hand in an instant, forming a spear completely made of lightning. Then, he waved his arm. The lightning spear instantly pierced the air, then pierced the soil, and instantly sank into the bulge. A muffled sound of thunder came from the ground under his feet, like winter thunder. Then, the trembling roots on the ground instantly lost their support and fell down one after another. A large amount of lightning jumped back and forth on the ground, and it took a few seconds for it to slowly dissipate. Chapter 236. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have slain a rank 3 mutant sunflower. You have gained 2,350 experience points. Su Len heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the system notification. The sunflower was not much of a threat to Su Len. What was more troublesome was that its weak point was underground. It would not be easy to kill it. My lord, are you all right? Kite asked when he saw that the battle was over. Su Len shook his head. I'm fine. Take your men and dig out the roots of the sunflower. Yes, my lord. Kite immediately obeyed and led dozens of soldiers to dig along the roots of the sunflower. Apart from some spearmen who were about to be promoted to the Spear Imperial Guard, the rest of the soldiers were elite spearmen. The expansion of the army required them to participate in several battles to be promoted as soon as possible. While the soldiers were digging, Su Luen took a knife and began to deal with the sunflower's mouthpart. At this time, the ferocious mouthpart had lost its vitality and was lying softly on the ground. Although it looked ferocious and horrible, its pollen was a good magic material. Hallucinogenic pollen could be used to make hallucinogenic potions. It was also added to many potions, such as the Azure Potion. It was a potion used to increase the will of the user. After taking it, the user would see a lot of illusions. The user had to get rid of all the illusions in order to increase the will of the user. It would increase the user's will by about 1 or 2 points. Originally, Su Luen didn't know much about these materials. It was Hathaway who forced him to write them down, so that he wouldn't miss them if he didn't know what they were. Su Len took a small knife and was about to cut the sunflower's mouthpart. However, as soon as the knife came close, the sunflower, which had no signs of life, bit at Su Len. However, Su Luen was already prepared for this situation. He flipped his palm and a thunderball instantly appeared in his hand. Then, the thunderball collided with the sunwool flower's mouth, and a powerful thunder power instantly erupted. The sunflower's mouthpart kept trembling and twitching. In the end, it stopped moving. The sunflower's mouthpart was similar to that of a poisonous snake. Even if it was dead, its head would still attack people who came close. After the lightning attack, the sunflower's mouthpart was completely dead. Su Len then started to collect the pollen. Although the sunflower looked like a flower, it was not. Its pollen was in a pouch above its mouthpart. Su Len searched for a while and cut open the sunflower's mouthpart. He found a pouch the size of a fist on the wall. It contained the sunflower's hallucinogenic pollen. After finding the pollen, the rest of the mouthpart was cut open. The corpse of the North Town City soldier that had turned into chunks of flesh was taken out too. Even though it was beyond recognition, the North Town City would cremate the body into ashes and bury it in the cemetery of martyrs, as he had died in the battle. Although it was time-consuming, it was very important for the soldiers. It also gave the North Town City soldiers a belief that other armies did not have. In this era, the dead soldiers would be buried on the spot. If they were lucky, they would leave a tombstone. If they were unlucky, there would be nothing left. Moreover, the death pensions of the soldiers were often embezzled. Of course, most of the time, there was no pension at all. Only after winning a battle would the nobles be merciful and take out an extremely small portion of the spoils of war as pension. It was different in the North Town City. All the soldiers who died in the battle would receive a pension. If they made contributions, the pension would be more. Normally, the North Town City's pension would be 5 times the annual salary of the soldier, and it would be paid in one lump sum. The payment of the pension was very strict, and Su Luen kept a close eye on it. He didn't want the pension not to fall into the hands of the soldiers' relatives, but to be pocketed by others. Once such a scandal occurred, it would be a great blow to the reputation of Northern Town. Apart from the pension, the North Town city also treated the families of the martyrs well. For example, the families of the martyrs would not have to pay taxes on their land for 10 years. At the same time, the orphans of the martyrs would be accepted into the school under construction in the North Town city. At the same time, the city hall would send officials to the families of the martyrs every year. The North Town city army was the most loyal army in the world. The soldiers moved quickly. The root of the sunwell flower was slowly exposed under the digging. Although Su Len already knew that the sunwell flower had a large part underground, he was still shocked. The mouth of the sunwell flower above the ground was only 1/5 of the mouth of the sunwell flower underground. As the soil was constantly cleaned, the roots of the sunwell flower were soon exposed. In the center of the roots of the sunwell flower was a huge sarcoma, which was the vital part of the sunwell flower. There was a huge hole in the sarcoma-like thing, and the blood inside had already dried up. However, Su Len did not care about that. Instead, he began to look for something on the sarcoma-like thing. Soon, Su Len found an egg-sized red gemstone. It was the most valuable part of the sunwell flower. Wizards called it the blood essence stone. The stone itself was poisonous. It could cause paralysis and hallucinations. As long as the poison was neutralized, it could be used to make a potion that could permanently increase one's lifespan. A single sunwell flower could increase a person's lifespan by 10 to 15 years. This was why it was so valuable in the black market. As soon as it appeared, it would be snatched up immediately. Although this world was a fantasy world, for those below the legendary level, their lifespan was still an insurmountable problem. As long as they reached the legendary level, even a warrior could live up to 200 to 300 years old. Wizards could even live up to 1,000 years. However, most of the legendary warriors did not live to 300 years old. As warriors who fought on the front lines, every one of them had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Injuries were nothing out of the ordinary. However, if they were injured too much when they were young, their lifespan would be affected. The blood essence stone had no effect on legendary wizards. They had better treasures like the Fountain of Youth, Water of Life, and other miraculous items that could greatly increase one's lifespan. However, for nobles, this kind of life-extending potion was very tempting. After all, not many nobles would think that their lifespan was too long. This kind of potion was not very useful to Su Len. Although he was also a warrior, he was also a wizard. When he reached the legendary level, he had awakened his domain power. Even if he lived according to his normal lifespan, he would still live longer than legendary wizards. Su Len did not plan to use it himself. Instead, he planned to let Hathaway make the potion and sell it. If this thing appeared in the auction house, he was sure that the nobles would give him a satisfactory price. After putting away the blood essence stone, Su Len ordered the soldiers to burn the roots of the sunwell flower and then ordered the army to withdraw from the forest. If there were more mutant plants similar to the sunwell flower in the forest, these soldiers would not be able to do much. Therefore, he planned to explore alone. After ordering Kate to defend the camp, Su Len entered the forest alone. This forest was very strange. There were not even many insects. Although the plants looked lush, there was a sense of eeriness. At this time, it was already a little dark, and the light in the forest was even worse. Su Len blessed himself with an invisibility spell, and then went around from the side. As he passed through the thorny forest, there were many strange trees and flowers around him. Their bodies were obviously larger than ordinary plants, a bit like an ancient primitive forest. Su Len deliberately touched these plants a few times with something, and the whole plant moved a little, but these plants did not attack. Maybe these plants did not need to eat yet. Su Len even found a plant similar to a willow tree. The plant had many vines that swayed with the wind. It looked normal, but Su Len, who had read the monster guide, recognized it at a glance. It was a Karaman's tree. When this plant did not attack, it was no different from a normal plant. However, when it attacked, its numerous vines would immediately wrap around the target like snakes. It would also secrete a large amount of hallucinogenic and paralyzing liquid to paralyze the target. At the same time, it would also inject digestive fluid into the target. The organs and even the bones of the target would melt into liquid and be absorbed by the Kraman's tree. Although this plant was ferocious, it was a very good material for wizards. Wizards would often deliberately plant this kind of thing. The Kraman's tree trunk was very magical, and it was a good material for making magic staffs. The hallucinogenic fluid it secreted was also a supplementary material for some magic potions. Sulan looked at the Kraman's tree in front of him and frowned. He muttered, "A Kraman's tree? Is it wild or planted here on purpose?" After hesitating for a while, Sulan did not attack the tree. Instead, he carefully went around it. After going around the Kraman's tree, Sulan continued to go deeper into the forest. Soon, a large field of lavender flowers appeared in front of him. After quietly approaching, Sulan realized that this field of flowers did not seem to grow naturally. Instead, it seemed to be artificially cultivated. Although the flowers were not trimmed, he could still see some traces left behind. After getting closer, Sulan also recognized the flowers planted in this field of flowers. These purple flowers were all datura flowers. Sulan felt that these flowers were alive. Chapter 237. Tulips? That's not right. Why are tulips purple? Seeing such a large sea of flowers, Sulan's brows wrinkled. Who would plant tulips here? Ordinary tulips alone were not fatal, but they emitted a special kind of poison. People who stayed in this sea of flowers for a while would be poisoned. They would feel dizzy and nauseous. If they did not leave in time, they would fall into a coma and become fertilizer for this sea of flowers. The purple tulips in front of him were obviously not ordinary. If Sulan guessed correctly, their poison was stronger and more violent. Although this sea of flowers was luxuriant, it seemed that no one had taken care of it for a long time. Sulan found a lot of things like flower seeds on the ground near the sea of flowers. It should be for some reason that these flower seeds did not take root and germinate. In some places, the growth of the flowers was obviously messy. Sulan also found that behind this sea of flowers, he could vaguely see the outline of some broken buildings. However, it should be because the weathering was too severe. It was impossible to distinguish their original appearance. Sulan's heart became more and more excited. It was obvious that this was a ruin that had not been excavated. Sulan observed for a while and did not find the entrance of the ruin. However, this was a normal phenomenon. Not all ruins had an entrance. Some ruins that were severely damaged only had some broken walls. Many ruins were actually excavated by various adventurer teams. Of course, there were still many dangers in these ruins. Sulan did not act rashly. However, just as he was about to return, he suddenly saw that the weathered wall at the edge of the sea of flowers was a little different. Sulan carefully avoided these plants and observed from the side. Spatial folds? Sulan's expression was a little surprised. The abnormality looked like a piece of paper that had been wrinkled from the side. It looked very strange. Is this the wizard's secret realm? Sulan suddenly thought of a possibility. Thinking of this, Sulan felt that his guess was correct. However, to be sure, he still needed a professional to take a look. Sulan did not continue to move. The secret realm of sorcerers was a masterpiece of the ancient sorcerers. Those ancient sorcerers were well versed in the knowledge of space, planes, and other things. After some research, they created a kind of magical technology. During the period of the Arcane Empire, the technology of the wizard's secret realm was developed to its peak. Some powerful wizards even opened up a plane as their own territory. There were also wizards who found a half-plane in the astral world and linked it to the main material world. Secret realms also varied in size. The first secret realms used spatial magic to hide some areas of the prime material plane. These kinds of secret realms were the most common, and the space inside was also the smallest. As for secret realms that used semi-planes or entire planes to transform them, they were now very rare. Moreover, it was very likely that there were ancient and dangerous creatures in the secret realm. There might even be all sorts of magical traps. If he wasn't prepared, it was very likely that he would fail miserably. Some secret realms even had magical pets or magical beasts left behind by the ancient adepts. It was important to know that some magical beasts had a very long lifespan, and many magical beasts would use a long period of dormancy to delay the aging of life. Who knew if there were such monsters in the secret realms that had been closed for thousands of years or even longer? If they were unlucky, there might be a giant dragon. Even if it was the weakest white dragon among the 5-colored dragons, thousands of years was enough for it to grow into an ancient dragon. In the face of a giant dragon of this level, the average legendary strongman would be a piece of cake. After a round of investigation, Su Len returned to the camp outside the forest. At this time, Carter had almost built the camp. When Su Len returned to the camp, he immediately sent someone back to inform Hathaway to come as soon as possible. After suspecting that there was a secret realm here, Su Len began to block the news. Once the news about the appearance of the secret realm of sorcerers spread, all the sorcerers on the continent would come back to explore. At that time, even Su Len would be powerless to stop it. Although he was now a legendary strongman, there were many legendary strongmen on the continent. A secret realm that had never been discovered, the resources in it were enough to make these legendary strongmen excited. In a moment, all the soldiers were sent out to clear the monsters in the wasteland. No monsters or people were allowed to come close to the forest. After waiting in the camp for a day, Su Len saw Hathaway rushing over the next day. "Where is the secret realm? Take me there quickly." Hathaway saw Su Len and did not have time to rest. She immediately asked about the secret realm. "The secret realm will always be there. It won't run away. Calm down first." Seeing Hathaway's state, Su Len had to force her to calm down. She was not suitable to explore the ruins in her current state. After hearing Sullen's advice, Hathaway finally calmed down and began to rest. At the same time, she prepared various items for the exploration. It was not until the third day that Su Len brought Hathaway to the thorn forest. The two quickly arrived at the place where Su Len killed the sunwolf flower. After arriving, Hathaway began to cast various spells on them. Invisibility. Hide tracks. Eliminate scent. Energy shield. Elemental resistance. Poison resistance. Bear's endurance. Cat's grace. A series of support spells were released from Hathaway's hands. Su Len could clearly feel that his strength had increased by a notch. Hathaway, who was already a third-rank wizard, had no problem casting these spells. The two then followed the path that Su Len took last time and went deep into the forest. As soon as they entered, Hathaway quickly noticed the difference. This is the moon soul grass. This is the blood-sucking thorn. This is the ghost flower. The plants that Su Len did not recognize last time were easily recognized by Hathaway. She was very excited. "There are so many magical plants here," Hathaway said excitedly. "There was nothing strange about this forest before. I don't know what happened, but there was a sudden change recently," Su Len said as he walked. This place was not too far away from Northgard City. It was about 50 kilometers. In the past, nothing strange had happened here. It had only appeared in the past 1 or 2 months. Hathaway thought for a moment and said, "I think it has something to do with the elemental tide." "This place has something to do with the elemental tide?" Sullen's eyes widened. Hathaway ran her fingers through her hair and said, "Yes, the elemental tide." The eruption of the elemental tide was a bit sudden. "According to what you said, this mystery plane has not been repaired for at least 1 or 2,000 years. The sudden surge of elemental energy has caused problems with the operation of the energy nodes in the mystery plane. The energy core might have been damaged due to years of disrepair. The spatial array covering the secret realm also showed some flaws because of this. Then, the demonic plants, flower fields, and other plants that were originally in the secret realm were exposed. You should be able to feel it. The elemental energy in this forest is very dense. It's much denser than the other places outside. I suspect that the mystery plane was exposed because of the sudden increase in elemental energy due to the appearance of the elemental tide. The energy transmission system in the mystery plane could not withstand the sudden increase in elemental energy. Looks like we have the elemental tide to thank, Su Len said with a smile. Don't be happy too early. Although the mystery plane has appeared, it's not easy to go in and get the benefits. None of the ruins left behind by the ancient wizards are easy to deal with. The best equipment for exploring a mystery plane was to have a lucky companion. Under normal circumstances, it would be a halfling rogue. Halfling rogues were very popular in exploration because of their short stature, flexible bodies, keen intuition, and generally better luck than the average person. It would be even better if they had attributes similar to the treasure-hunting mouse. Soon, the two arrived at the sea of flowers that Su Len found last time. The purple sea of flowers swayed with the wind, looking like a purple ocean. So many purple tulips. Hathaway was very surprised when she saw the sea of flowers in front of her. These tulips give me the feeling that they are alive, Su Len said. Hathaway nodded and said, they are indeed alive. These are activated plants. These activated plants are generally the outer layer of the mystery plane, and the fruits they produce after they mature are also materials for refining magic potions. Also, don't you think this sea of flowers is very beautiful? It's like a fish eating 3 fish, Su Len said. Then how do we get in? There's no good way. We can only force our way in. And even if we know the password to pass through here, these magical plants have changed several times. It's a problem whether the password is still valid. After all this time, we still have to force it. Su Len rolled up his sleeves and was ready to do it. Don't do that. Seeing that Su Len was about to do it, Hathaway immediately pulled him back. I've already checked just now. The runic magic circle here has basically lost its effect. These tulips will only attack based on instinct. This way, it'll be much easier. If the original runic magic circle was still there, these tulips would be equivalent to 1. At that time, it would naturally be difficult to deal with. After Su Len and Hathaway cast a defensive spell, they entered the sea of flowers. As soon as they entered, Su Len smelled a strong floral fragrance, and a faint singing sound appeared in his ears. The tulips in the sea of flowers drifted with the wind, and the surrounding branches and leaves were like sharp blades that quickly cut the two of them. The energy shield in front of the two of them frequently collided with each other. The energy shield firmly blocked all these attacks, but the system's prompt kept ringing in his ears. The host is attacked by the knockout fragrance, forcibly conducting a constitution test. Constitution test passed. The host is attacked by the mind, forcibly conducting a spirit test. Spirit test passed. Chapter 238. Sullen's body was already tall, and with Hathaway's support, the attacks launched by the surrounding purple tulips didn't pose too much of a threat to the two. Su Len brandished his sword and kept cutting off the branches and leaves of the purple tulips. After being attacked, the attacks of the purple tulips weakened a lot. Hathaway took out a small pouch and grabbed some powder from it. She chanted some incantation and scattered the powder. The purple tulips that were still attacking the two suddenly slowed down. After a while, the attacks completely disappeared. The surrounding purple tulips were like drunkards, swaying and not moving. What is this? Sullen's eyes lit up. This is hypnotic powder. Alright, let's leave quickly. Plants have a high resistance to hypnosis. They will wake up soon, Hathaway urged. Su Len nodded, then pulled Hathaway and quickly walked towards the depths of the sea of flowers. Along the way, Hathaway kept sprinkling hypnotic powder on the surrounding purple tulips. Soon, the two passed through the sea of flowers. Behind the sea of flowers were some buildings that had been severely weathered. These buildings should have been heavily damaged. There were still some traces left on the ruins. Su Len found some wrinkles on the wall nearby. Su Len went over to take a look, but there was nothing special. It should be just an ordinary spatial wrinkle. After arriving here, the two didn't rush forward. Instead, they first searched the ruins. They didn't know if it was because the destruction was too thorough, but there was nothing valuable here. After finding nothing, the two began to enter the depths of the ruins. After arriving here, Sulen clearly felt that the space here was a bit strange. There was a strange membrane separating them from the outside world. After entering the secret realm, there were a lot more buildings inside, and many of them were relatively well preserved. Be careful. Although it seems that no one has been here for a long time, some runic magic circles are still operating normally. Don't touch their defense mechanism, Hathaway said after observing for a while. Sulen nodded gently, then asked, Hathaway, can you tell what period this secret realm is from? Looking at the style of these buildings, some of them seem to be from the later period of the Arcane Kingdom. However, the secret realms of the later period of the Arcane Kingdom are generally based on half-bit walls or artificial bit walls. Secret realms like this that fold space directly are rarely used. The difficulty of building a secret realm that uses this kind of space-folding technology is much lower, and the value inside will be much lower, so you have to be mentally prepared. But it's not without benefits. If the level of the ruins is low, the level of danger inside will naturally be low. Even if we find those secret realms made by semi-planes or even planes, we can only look at them. Secret realms of that level are very dangerous. Hathaway, do you know how to use the space folding technology? How about we also build a secret realm in North Town? Sulen looked at the secret realm in front of him and said. The technology of creating a secret realm has been lost. Maybe some large wizard schools still have it. Our school doesn't have the information about the construction of a secret realm. Moreover, it costs an astronomical amount of money and resources to build a secret realm. Hathaway shook her head and said. Then see if you can try to control this secret realm. This secret realm doesn't look small, and the degree of damage isn't too high. It would be better if it can be repaired. I'll try. Hathaway looked at the secret realm. She was also very interested in it. Sulen looked around, then walked to a relatively intact building not far away. The materials used in these buildings looked very ordinary, but after so many years, they were still not completely damaged. It was obvious that the hardening spell had been cast on them. Sulen gently pushed the door open. A huge cloud of dust flew into the air. He quickly took a step back and summoned a wind elemental to sweep the dust away. The house was empty. Aside from a pile of decaying furniture, there was nothing else. There were no monsters or corpses inside, either. Just as Suluan was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He went directly to one of the walls, reached out, and gently knocked on it a few times. A hollow sound came from the wall. There's something in there. Suluan's eyes lit up. He immediately picked up the long sword and stabbed it into the wall. Then with a gentle stroke, the wall was pried open. There was a hole in the wall, and there was a small locked box in it. Sulen picked up the box and looked at it. He then signaled Hathaway to step back while he took out a wire to pry open the lock. Sulen had done this kind of job many times before. After all, he often went over walls to pry open locks. He talked about life with the noble ladies and young ladies and imparted his knowledge to them. His lockpicking skills had long been practiced to first class. Some of the old thieves were not as good as him. Not only was he good at picking locks, but he was also very good at picking the heart locks of the noble ladies and young ladies. He used to be the guardian knight of several young ladies. It's locked. Let me open it, Sulen said confidently. Gotcha. Gotcha. After a while, Sulen fiddled with the wire back and forth in the lock cylinder, but the lock could not be opened. Sulen felt a thin layer of sweat on his head. What's going on? Are the locks of the Arcane Empire so powerful? Gotcha. There was a soft sound. The lock on the box had been broken by Sulen. It turned out that this kind of thing had been stored for thousands of years, and the internal structure had long rusted away. Su Len inadvertently used too much force and broke the lock directly. After opening the box, Su Len did not open it immediately. This kind of box was generally set with a magic trap. Once it was opened, it would suddenly spray out effects such as strong acid, crossbow arrows, lightning, poisonous smoke, and so on. This kind of trap was impossible to guard against, so it was not wrong to be cautious. He put the box on the ground and carefully opened it. Su Len's body tensed up, and he was ready to dodge at any time without triggering any mechanism. Just as Su Len was about to relax, a flash of light came, followed by an acid arrow that was not as thick as a finger. Su Len's body flashed and he easily dodged it. The acid arrow flew less than 20 centimeters and fell to the ground weakly. A normal acid arrow was more than 10 times stronger than this one, and it could fly very far. However, considering that this trap had been there for so long, it could still be activated. This in itself showed that the person who set the trap was very skilled. After dodging the acid arrow, Su Len picked up the box. There was not much in the box, only a few colorful gems. There was a ruby and a sapphire that were the size of a pigeon's egg and of good quality. There was also a crystal bottle beside it, but the liquid in the bottle had long dried up, leaving only some brown powder at the bottom. "Here you go." Su Len handed the ruby and sapphire to Hathaway. Hathaway reached out and took the gems. Her beautiful big eyes were smiling like crescent moons. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the gems clean, then put them away with a smile. Sure enough, women were like dragons, unable to resist the temptation of these shiny gems. With the first building's facade already having such a harvest, the two's interest in treasure hunting was even higher. Following that, the dozen or so buildings that were still intact were all swept clean. Even the walls and floors were searched, but their harvest was not much. They only found a well-preserved magic scroll in one of the rooms. There were 5 hexagram symbols on the left side of this magic scroll, indicating that this magic scroll recorded a level 5 spell. A level 5 spell was still very valuable. If bought from a wizard, it would cost about 300 to 500 kinnar. He handed the magic scroll to Hathaway. Hathaway opened the scroll and looked at it, but after a few glances, Hathaway frowned. There were many runes on this level 5 spell that she had never seen before, and the runes on it were even more complicated than a level 6 spell. Although she did not recognize this magic scroll, it did not mean that she could not learn it. As long as she learned these new runes and released them, she would be able to master this spell. The only problem was that it would be more difficult to learn. After harvesting 2 gems and a level 5 spell scroll, Su Len and Selena left the ruins of the building and continued to go deeper into the secret realm. Soon, the two arrived near a farmland. At this time, the farmland had long been deserted, and only some plants grew sporadically in some places. After getting closer, Hathaway's eyes lit up. She immediately recognized that these were all magical plants. However, there was a layer of runic circle outside the farmland. Seeing this situation, Su Len and Hathaway directly used brute force to break it. Fortunately, the runic circle had not been maintained for a long time, and its power had dropped to the extreme. Hathaway hit it with a fireball, and the runic circle kept flickering. After a few consecutive fireballs, finally, with a soft sound, the runic circle flickered a few times and dimmed completely. Without the runic circle, Su Len and Selena entered the farmland. This farmland should have been used to grow all kinds of magical plants. Later, maybe because of war or other reasons, all the magical plants here were harvested. Those magical plants that were still growing now should be the seeds that accidentally fell during the harvest. These seeds later took root and grew in the farmland. The farmland in front of them covered a vast area of hundreds of acres. Some magical plants grew sporadically in it. Su Len and Hathaway did not continue to explore the ruins and left to harvest these magical plants. Although there were not many of these magical plants, their quality was very high. They had been growing for at least a few hundred years. Many of them were even almost extinct now. Chapter 239. Around these farms, Su Len also found some broken crystal pillars with many runes engraved on them. After careful identification, Hathaway found that the runes engraved on them were used for scouting, monitoring, and changing the surrounding environment. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the Arcanists could use spells to monitor the growth of the magic plants at all times, and change the surrounding growth environment according to the needs of the magic plants. Su Luan even suspected that this work didn't need anyone to intervene. Under these crystal pillars, Su Len also found energy channels used to transmit magical energy. However, many of the channels were broken, and the energy inside was almost dry. Intruders detected. Intruders detected. Counterattack triggered. Eliminate the intruders. Body recharging. Insufficient energy. Activating reserve energy. Activating reserve energy. Activating counterattack. Mission instruction: eliminate the intruders. The cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded. A ray of light swept across a well-preserved crystal pillar next to them, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. In the distance, a faint red light lit up in the gray fog, and some tall black shadows walked out of the fog. It was a few tall fully constructed puppets. These fully constructed puppets were different from the ones that were popular among the wizards. They were painted in black and had a metallic luster, giving them a heavy feeling. Steel golems? Seeing the fully constructed puppets in front of him, Su Len recognized them at a glance. The leading steel golem gave Su Len a feeling that it was very similar to the original version of Iron Man's armor in his previous life. One or two of the steel golems were damaged, which should be the traces of a battle. Target found. Attack. After finding Su Len and Hathaway, the leading steel golem instantly aimed its arm at the two of them. Then, its palms separated, and a black hole appeared in front of them. A burst of energy instantly burst out. Sullen's expression changed. Without thinking, he pulled Hathaway aside and dodged. Boom! Boom! A few consecutive energy blasts hit the place where the two of them were standing just now. A 4 or 5 meter deep crater was blasted out of the ground, and a mushroom cloud rose in the explosion. F***CK. So powerful. Su Len sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the craters on the ground. Then, global warming. Every single one of these magic golems was more powerful than a great fireball, and if they fired continuously, they would be able to bombard the ground. This kind of magic golems could easily wipe out an entire army. Lightning spear. A spear made entirely of lightning appeared in Sullen's hand. In the next second, the lightning spear streaked across the sky and instantly hit the steel golem at the front. The powerful lightning energy melted the steel golem's chest into molten iron, and a large amount of lightning energy instantly burst out. The entire steel golem was covered in lightning. The steel golem's red eyes flickered back and forth a few times before slowly extinguishing. The steel golem that weighed several tons crashed to the ground. The other steel golems turned their arms and fired their energy cannons at the two of them. High-risk target detected. Prioritize high-risk target. The remaining steel golems all aimed at Su Len and fired energy cannons one after another. Seeing this situation, Hathaway's hands flickered and released spells one after another. Slow. Energy shield. Haste. Chain of fireballs. A flash of light enveloped the steel golems, and the already somewhat slow steel golems became even slower. A translucent energy shield rose from Sullen's body, and his already fast speed increased again. 5 fireballs appeared next to Hathaway. In the next second, these fireballs drew an arc and hit 3 steel golems. The flash of light dissipated, and to the two of them's surprise, the golems were actually unharmed, only a little damaged on the surface of their steel. What a high magic defense. Su Len slid, his figure flashed, and went around the golem from the side. Then, he took a big stride forward and slashed at the golem's leg joint with the sharp sword in his hand. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The steel golem's body shook slightly, and a deep sword mark appeared on its leg joint. Sullen's feet moved quickly, and he dodged the steel golem's sweep. In the next second, his body had already turned to the other side. At the same time, the sharp sword in his hand didn't stop at all, and he kept slashing at the steel golem's leg. Sparks flew, and soon, the steel golem's leg joint became scarred. Crack! With a soft sound, the already scarred joint could no longer withstand the attack and suddenly broke. The steel golem that had lost a leg could no longer maintain its balance, and its heavy body fell to the ground with a bang. Freezing beam. 3 Hathaway took advantage of the moment when Su Len was fighting with the golem and quickly summoned 3 icy blue rays. The blue rays instantly hit the 3 steel golems, and the steel golems, which had already been slowed down by the slow spell, became even slower. Su Len didn't let go of the opportunity. With a sweep of the sword in his hand, he cut off the leg joints of the 3 steel golems. After losing the ability to move, these steel golems all became targets. Soon, Su Len easily cut off their energy centers. After losing the energy centers, the red eyes of the steel golems flickered a few times and slowly extinguished. Su Len breathed a long sigh of relief and threw away the long sword in his hand that had turned into a sawtooth. Damn, these golems are really hard. Next time, I must change to a better weapon. Without a suitable weapon, this thing is like dismantling a mech with bare hands. Hathaway, can you make these golems? My current alchemy level is not enough, and these steel golems from the Arcane Empire are more difficult to make than the ones that are circulating now. I need to take them back and disassemble them. Hathaway shook her head with a wry smile. The craftsmanship of these golems was much more powerful than the steel golems in her school. Su Len got up and came near these steel golems. Then, he found the best preserved and lightest damaged steel golems and put them away with the storage parachute. As for the other golems, they could only be left here now. Although Sullen's storage space was large, it was very difficult to fit one in. The steel golems in front of him were basically identical in appearance. They were not the products of handmade workshops at all. Su Len suspected that these steel golems were like the products of an assembly line. The challenge rating of these steel golems was about level 13. Su Len could solve them so easily. Part of the reason was his own strength. The other part was that these golems lacked energy. Otherwise, these golems would have been attacking with energy balls. That kind of intensive energy cannon storm, even Su Len would have to temporarily avoid the spearhead. The two of them simply packed up their spoils of war and continued to walk deeper into the secret territory. After passing through the farmland, they soon saw a lake. The lake water was clear, but it was dead silent inside. After being sealed for such a long time, the ecology of the lake water had long been destroyed. After searching here for a while, Su Len only found a few lotus seeds in the soil. The lotus seeds were well preserved and should be able to germinate. Hathaway was going to go back and try to plant them. Bypassing the lake, a large number of buildings appeared in front of them. However, these buildings were seriously damaged. There were broken walls everywhere. Many of the buildings were directly erased, leaving only some large pits on the ground. Su Len picked up a piece of gravel and examined it. The gravel on the ground was all made of obsidian. The obsidian that was blessed with hard transformation was destroyed to this extent. It could be imagined how fierce the battle that took place here was. Although most of the buildings in the ruins were seriously damaged, the castle in the middle was still mostly preserved. After a simple search outside for a while, the two entered the castle. The castle was a mess. Several steel golems were scattered on the ground. These steel golems were seriously damaged. Many of them were rusted. Obviously, they had been scrapped. In addition to the steel golems, there was a large number of skeletons. However, after a long time, except for a few skeletons, most of the skeletons had become broken. In addition to human skeletons, there were many obviously thicker orc skeletons. There were also some skeletons that should be giants. Seeing the skeletons everywhere, Su Len could imagine how fierce the battle had been here. Bypassing these skeletons, Su Len walked into the castle. There were skeletons everywhere along the way. Sulen followed these skeletons. Sulen soon found the control center of this secret realm. In a well-preserved room in this castle, Sulen saw a place that looked like a control room. 6 thick metal pillars were engraved with a large number of runic magic circles. Next to this runic magic circle was a huge crystal curtain wall. However, this crystal curtain wall was now cracked into a spider web. Around this room, the battle was also the most intense. A large number of weapons were discarded on the ground. Sulen picked up a curved sword. The enchantment on the curved sword had lost its effect after thousands of years. Even the material had become rusty. Weapons of this level had lost their repair value. In the end, they could only be reforged. Most of the weapons here were in this state. Only a few high-level enchanted weapons still had some enchantment effect. However, if they wanted to continue using them, they had to find an alchemist master to repair them. Kacha! A noise came from the room, and an undead aura appeared. Skeletons swayed as they stood up. Su Luan glanced at them, but didn't pay them any attention. In this secret land that had been closed for thousands of years, and with so many people dead and injured, it was normal for some undead to be born. However, because of the environment, it was very difficult to produce high-level undead. Some low-level ghosts and skeletons were easily dealt with. Chapter 240. Soon, Sulen and Hathaway had searched through the place. In the end, they found 6 enchanted weapons and 3 pieces of magical jewelry that could still be repaired. One of them was a ring, a bracelet, and a necklace. There was not a single space bag. After thousands of years, the enchantments on the space bags would lose their effectiveness. If they were lucky, the items inside would fall out. If they were unlucky, they would be destroyed when the space collapsed. The 3 pieces of magical jewelry were made of good materials. If not, the magical light on them would have dissipated long ago. However, the fact that they could be preserved for so long meant that they were of good quality. Sulen, look what I found. Hathaway shouted in surprise at this moment. Sulen quickly put away the items and looked over. He saw Hathaway waving at Sulen excitedly with a crystal ball in her hand. What is this? Sulen looked at Hathaway strangely. The control center of the arcane realm. This is the control center of this arcane realm. Hathaway said loudly. Su Luan was overjoyed. He didn't bother to pick up the scraps anymore and ran over quickly. This is the control center of the arcane realm? Sulen asked as he took the crystal ball from Hathaway. This crystal ball was not much different from an ordinary crystal ball. However, there was some strange energy in it. This is the control center made by the arcanists. After it is activated, it can control the entire arcane realm. However, the energy here has been cut off for a long time. If we want to activate it, we need to reconnect the energy, Hathaway explained. Where is the energy source of the arcane realm? The energy source of this arcane realm should be the elemental pool. Such an important facility should be placed in the safest place. If I'm not mistaken, it should be in this castle. We've already searched the upper floors and did not find the elemental pool. Then it must be in the basement. The two did not waste any more time and immediately started looking for the passage to the basement. After some effort, the two of them finally found a room that led to the basement in an inconspicuous room. Through a long passage, the two of them arrived at the basement of the castle. The basement didn't suffer too much damage, and the crystal magic lamp on the wall was still emitting a faint light. Some damaged golems were lying on the ground. In the middle of the basement, a pool with a diameter of 10 meters appeared in front of the two. The pool was built with marble, and many complex runic circles were engraved on the marble. The pool was surrounded by energy channels made of magic crystals. These energy channels transmitted the energy in the pool to various parts of the secret realm. However, the energy in this elemental pool was close to drying up. The original marble wall was full of cracks, and several runes were damaged. Overall, this elemental pool was still 70% complete. Some elemental energy also leaked out from the energy pool. Although it was damaged, the elemental pool was still partially functional. It could draw energy from the 4 elemental planes, but the efficiency was very low. This was also why this secret realm could last for thousands of years. Now that the elemental pool's energy was about to run out, Su Len had to repair this elemental pool if he wanted to regain control of this arcane realm. Hathaway, can this elemental pool be repaired? Su Len frowned and asked. I need to check it, Hathaway said with a serious expression. A complete elemental pool required at least a rank 4 wizard to build. Hathaway was only one step away from that. However, the elemental pool in front of them was still 70% complete, so it shouldn't be too difficult to repair it. The elemental pool was also the energy source of a wizard tower. Only a wizard tower with an elemental pool could be considered a true wizard tower. It used the connection between the 4 elemental planes, then drew elemental energy from the 4 elemental planes and gathered it into elemental water. Elemental water was the most peaceful state of elemental energy. It was also used in many alchemy experiments. Building a complete elemental pool required about 500,000 to 1 million kinnar. In addition to the basic marble, it also required 4 high-quality magic gems. 1 ruby, 1 sapphire, 1 emerald, and 1 topaz. These gems were used to connect the 4 elemental planes. If the quality of the gems wasn't high enough, they would explode when they passed through elemental energy. In addition to these, the elemental pool required a large amount of silver and gold, a small amount of mithril, and large high-quality magic crystals. Large pieces of high-quality magic crystals had very good magic conductivity, so there was very little loss in the process of conducting magic energy. At the same time, magic crystals were very abundant in the material world. Wizards had even grasped the technology to make artificial magic crystals. Because magic crystals had the highest cost-performance ratio, they were used in large amounts. The surface of the elemental pool required a large amount of silver coating. Silver, gold, arcane dust, arcane steel, and star iron were used to carve the rune circle. The rune circle in the elemental pool was a large-scale energy-gathering circle. In addition, there were 4 rune circles used to connect the 4 elemental planes. Hathaway didn't have that many materials in her hands. Fortunately, Su Len had a lot in his storage space. Some of the materials she didn't have had to be taken down from the scrapped steel puppets. Then she smelted them on the spot. Hathaway was very familiar with refining and fusing materials. She summoned a ball of spirit fire, then controlled the wizard's hand to melt all the metals. Finally, she smelted them together and obtained a ball of silver liquid with golden threads. Su Len repaired the damaged marble while Hesse didn't smelt the materials. Then Hathaway began to control the wizard's hand and used a carving knife to repair the damaged runes on the elemental pool. Strands of silver wire were extracted from the molten metal and then carefully engraved on the marble wall. The runic array of the elemental pool required a very high degree of precision. According to the saying in his previous life, it was accurate to the micrometer. This level of intelligence relied on mental strength to carry out the operation. Hathaway's movements were very slow. She didn't dare to be careless. Su Len had been holding his breath for a long time. There were more than 300 runes on the elemental pool. There were more than 90 runes that needed to be repaired. All the runes needed to be engraved to the micrometer. Hathaway repaired the runes one by one, and the molten metal continued to fill them up. After a few hours, the sky was already dark, and Hathaway finally repaired the last rune. As the runic circle was repaired, a light flashed, and the elemental pool that was still leaking no longer leaked out. In addition to these, the original 4 magic gems used to connect the 4 elemental planes also needed to be replaced. After thousands of years of operation, these gems had not been maintained. The connecting channel had become very unstable. There was a possibility that it could be interrupted at any time. Hathaway took out 4 red, yellow, blue, and green gems of the same size and quality from her storage bag. She began to carve them with a carving knife. These gems needed to be engraved with symbols that represented the 4 elements. Compared to the elemental pool, the carving of these gems was much simpler. Soon, the 4 magic gems were carved into the shape of a rhombus. Each of the gems was engraved with a rune. Hathaway carefully replaced the original 4 magic gems in the elemental pool. The 4 new magic gems were successfully integrated into the 4 directions of the elemental pool. Buzz! There was a soft sound, and the whole space seemed to vibrate slightly. Then, 4 large amounts of energy appeared in the basement. Traces of strange energy flowed into the elemental pool. The elemental energy gathered in the elemental pool and formed a light blue elemental water. Soon, a thin layer of spring water appeared in the elemental pool that had almost reached the bottom. With the appearance of the elemental water, the concentration of elemental energy in the basement became very high. The establishment of an elemental pool was not only an important source of energy for the secret plane or the wizard tower, but also a great change to the surrounding environment. The most obvious change was the increase in concentration of elemental energy. The elemental pool could transform the area into an area where elemental energy was active. In this area, the casting speed and mana recovery speed of wizards would be increased. At the same time, the effect of meditation would also be increased. This was very important for wizards. At the same time, a rich elemental energy could also be used to grow all kinds of magical plants. The rich elemental energy here was more suitable for their growth. According to the classification of wizards, the concentration of elemental energy was divided into several levels. The place with the highest concentration of elemental energy was called the elemental land. In this place, the elemental energy was close to liquefaction. Living in this place for a long time would slowly change the body of the person who lived in this place. In the end, it would even evolve some spell-like abilities. The second level was the elemental land. Most of these places were modified by wizards. Basically, an elemental pool could be modified into a whole area. After that, the third level was the elemental land. Most of these places were naturally formed and rich in elemental energy. Usually, many magical plants and magical beasts would grow in these places. The fourth level was the normal concentration of elemental energy. Most material planes were in this state. The fifth level was the elemental land. This kind of environment was not very common in the main material plane. The recovery speed of wizards would be reduced if they meditated here. The seventh level was called the dead magic land. In this kind of area, elemental energy was extremely scarce. It would be very difficult for wizards to cast spells. The difficulty of casting spells would directly increase by 1 circle, and the recovery speed would also be very slow. Most of these areas were caused by serious damage to the material plane or serious experimental accidents. The most famous place was the Desert of Despair. There were also some areas called the Forbidden Magic Land. These places were almost completely devoid of elemental energy. The difficulty of casting spells would be increased by at least 2 circles. Generally, when low-level wizards came here, they would directly lose their ability to cast spells. Chapter 241. The elemental pool has been successfully repaired. Your hero Hathaway has gained 42,000 experience points. Hathaway has leveled up. I found the opportunity to break through, Hathaway said in surprise. Sulan looked around and said, you can break through here. The elemental pool is full of elemental energy. I'll guard outside for you. Don't worry about your safety. Hathaway hesitated for a moment and nodded. She would not let go of the opportunity to break through. Okay. Since she had decided to break through here, Hathaway did not hesitate and directly entered the elemental pool. Under normal circumstances, wizards would choose to break through in an area full of elemental energy. This kind of environment was very beneficial for them, especially for high-grade wizards. They would absorb a large amount of elemental energy when they were breaking through. If there was a lack of elemental energy, it would affect the wizard's ability. To put it bluntly, it was the increase of the power of the will and mana. Some powerful high-grade wizards would even trigger an energy vortex when they were breaking through. Therefore, wizards who had the right conditions would usually choose to break through in an area full of elemental energy. Some pragmatic organizations would even use the energy of the elemental pool. However, compared to Hathaway's current conditions, these were nothing. Although the elemental pool was not full yet, it was enough for Hathaway to break through. After the elemental pool was repaired, the elemental energy began to slowly gather. According to the energy level set by wizards, the elemental pool in front of them was a medium-sized one. It could store up to 200,000 to 300,000 points of energy. It could transform the entire secret plane into a place full of elemental energy. It could support the normal operation of the secret plane. At the same time, it could also support the daily training of 50 wizards, 50 steel golems, and 120 stone golems. Hathaway began to meditate in the elemental pool. Soon, the surrounding elemental energy began to gather around her and formed an elemental vortex. A large amount of elemental energy entered Hathaway's body. Hathaway's breakthrough did not have any setbacks. She had already accumulated a lot of elemental energy, and with the abundant elemental energy provided by the elemental pool, everything went smoothly. When the elemental vortex disappeared, Hathaway's breakthrough also ended. Soon, Hathaway walked out of the elemental pool in high spirits. After completing the advancement, North Garrison City now had 3 4th-level spellcasters. In terms of high-level spellcasters, even Cult City had more than North Garrison City. Although he was happy that Hathaway had successfully advanced, he still had more important things to do. Su Len had to reactivate the control center of the sorcerer's secret plane and take control of it. This was the only way to control the sorcerer's secret plane. At the same time, he had to repair the secret plane as soon as possible. After becoming a grand wizard, Hathaway's power had greatly increased. Moreover, because she had repaired the elemental pool before, she had a deeper understanding of this place. There were several energy channels outside the elemental pool, and these energy channels were made of pure natural magic crystals. After checking for a while, Hathaway found the energy channel leading to the main control room. However, the energy channel connecting to the main control room had been destroyed. If she wanted to use it, she needed to repair it first. Su Len didn't have any magic crystals with him at the moment. Fortunately, there were many of them in this secret plane. Su Len and Hathaway directly removed a section of the damaged energy channel. Then, they used soul fire to melt and mold the channel. Finally, they engraved runes on it, and a section of the energy channel was completed. After replacing the newly created energy channel and checking that there were no problems, Hathaway opened the energy channel to the elemental pool. Light blue elemental energy directly entered the energy channel. The originally dim energy channel quickly emitted a faint blue light. The energy channel connecting to the main control room quickly lit up. Soon, the entire channel was filled with elemental energy. Su Len and Hathaway confirmed that the energy channel was not leaking and that it was working well. Only then did they return to the main control room. At this time, the energy channel connecting to the central console and the main control room also lit up. The console surrounded by 6 metal pillars also entered a state of activation. However, it couldn't be activated because it didn't have a control center. Su Len and Hathaway looked at each other. Then, Hathaway picked up the control center in the shape of a crystal ball and came to the console. She gently snapped her fingers and a light flashed. The originally complete console was instantly divided into several pieces. After a dazzling combination, a silver-white circular metal platform slowly rose up. Hathaway gently placed the crystal ball on the metal platform. Hum. With a soft sound, the entire console instantly emitted a faint blue light. The light lasted for about a few seconds and quickly disappeared. Then, the crystal ball on the console began to slowly light up. Control center beginning to charge. Current progress, 20%, 30%, 80%, 90%, 100% charging complete. Beginning system self-check. System self-check complete. Control center beginning to activate. Activating. Please wait. Hum hum hum. With a low buzzing sound, the control center began to activate. The original crystal ball emitted a dazzling light. The entire control room was shrouded in a blue light. Activation successful. Control center detected damaged. System repair is in progress. Beep beep beep. The damage is too great. Repair failed. Starting backup program. System resetting. Please wait. System resetting successful. Honorable Arcanist, Northern Dawn Outpost Secret Realm, Tower Spirit number 1 at your service. Please set the level of authority. Hathaway sets Su-Len and her to the highest level of authority. Tower Spirit number 1, check the environment of the secret realm and display the current state of the secret realm. After setting the level of authority, Su-Len directly ordered. Mission accepted. Executing. Please wait. As the mission proceeded, a wave of energy spread from the console and quickly spread throughout the entire secret realm. Su-Len looked at the tower spirit with some surprise. The appearance of this thing almost destroyed Sullen's worldview. In Sullen's view, this tower spirit was completely a high-end artificial intelligence. It was much more powerful than the artificial intelligence in his previous life. After asking Hathaway, Su-Len finally had a preliminary understanding of the high-level construct life tower spirits. Tower spirits were artificial life created by arcanists to help them control wizard towers and floating cities. Yes, life. There were many types of tower spirits. The most common type was the support type. Although they were at the legendary level, they basically had no combat ability. They had a huge amount of computing power and could perform all kinds of data analysis. They were not only used to manage wizard towers, assist in experiments, collect data for analysis, optimize and improve templates, and support in combat. Battle tower spirits focused on combat. They may have their own exclusive golems or could control a large number of weapons to fight. However, this did not mean that the battle tower spirit was the highest level. On the contrary, the support type was the highest level. A tower spirit that could control a floating city was at least at the advanced legendary level. It could even be at the demigod level. Managing a large city, especially a floating city, was difficult. The computing power required was definitely at the astronomical level. Ordinary tower spirits would not be able to support it. The tower spirit in this secret realm was a support-type tower spirit. Its level was also at the legendary level. In other words, to make a legendary tower spirit like this, at least a legendary soul shard and then a grandmaster alchemist would be required to make it successfully. Most of the tower spirits in the wizard tower were auxiliary tower spirits. They could replace the wizard to control the wizard tower when the wizard tower was out. They could also distinguish between friend and foe, and when the enemy attacked, they would directly activate the battle mode. If a wizard tower without a tower spirit had a challenge level of 13 to 15, then a wizard tower with a tower spirit would have a challenge level of 21 legendary. After giving out the mission, Tower Spirit number 1 began to perform a large number of calculations. A large number of data flashed on the crystal display beside it, but the display was full of cracks and could not be seen at all. Beep. Scan complete. The current level of completeness of the secret realm is 76%. The area is 10 square kilometers. Number of puppet golems, 0. Storage of supplies, 0. The level of completeness of the energy channel is 48%. The level of completeness of the space folding formation is 16%. The level of completeness of various facilities is 36%. At the same time, a three-dimensional model of the secret realm they were in appeared in front of them. Su-Len pointed with his finger and the model was enlarged instantly. Soon, Su-Len found the area they had entered before. The three-dimensional model had all the areas in the secret realm marked. Tower Spirit number 1, create a repair plan. Creating a repair plan. A series of data was announced by Tower Spirit number 1. If the secret realm ruins in front of them were to be used again, they would have to undergo a large-scale repair. Looking at the receipt given by the Tower Spirit, Su-Len felt his blood pressure rise. According to the materials on the receipt, it would take at least millions of kinnar to repair this secret realm. Suggest repairing the space-folding circle first. After the repair is done, the secret realm will be hidden again. Organize the materials and plan needed to repair the space rune circle. Then, the three-dimensional model in the secret realm was divided into dozens of small areas. At the same time, the energy nodes of the ley lines in the secret realm were marked one by one. A rune circle appeared in front of them. There were still many incomplete parts on this rune circle. The green parts on the rune circle were normal, the red parts were damaged and needed to be rebuilt, and the yellow parts were damaged and needed to be repaired. Everything was displayed in an orderly manner. P.S. There are 2 more updates. They may be late. Chapter 242. After checking the area that needed to be repaired, it was the area where Su Len and Kate came in. Su Len then checked the map of the entire mysterious realm. Su Len could clearly see all the areas in the mysterious realm through the 3D map. Other than the plantation area, there were also the living area, the warehouse area, the production area, the entertainment area, and the central area. The central area was where Su Len and Hathaway were now. It used to be inhabited by arcanists, and the environment was the best. However, after the war, it was the most damaged area in the entire mysterious realm. Not many buildings were still intact. The warehouse area and the production area were also badly damaged. According to the original plan of the mysterious realm, there should be an alchemy workshop in the production area that could produce many magic items, potions, and so on. There was even a production line for golems here. However, the production area was now in ruins. The production line should have been destroyed a long time ago. As for the warehouse area, which stored a large number of materials and produced items, it was also in a mess. As for the things here, if they were not used up, then they were directly snatched away. Basically, there was nothing left. The entertainment area was not badly damaged, but there was basically nothing valuable here. The arena, the opera house, the health center, and so on were basically worthless. There was also a library here, but unfortunately, it was also destroyed. Although Su Len had gained control of the mysterious realm, it was still in ruins. If he wanted to use it, he would have to repair it bit by bit. The amount of work required to repair the mysterious realm was huge, but there were also many benefits after the repair. The most obvious one was that he could grow a lot of magical plants here. However, the most important thing now was to hide the mysterious realm again. Su Len left the mysterious realm with Hathaway. When they returned to the thorn forest, the camp had been completed. According to Sullen's instructions, the soldiers of Northtown City had sealed off the forest. The goblins, kobolds, and gnolls around the area had all been driven away. "Master, you're back," Kate said respectfully. "Did anyone come close to the forest while I was away?" Su Len asked. "Sir, I haven't noticed anyone approaching this place during this period of time." Su Len nodded and praised, "Well done. Continue to seal this place." After a simple meal, Su Len brought Hathaway back to Northern Citadel. Repairing the mysterious realm required a lot of materials, including silver, gold, copper, iron, magic crystals, mithril, magic gemstones, and so on. Luckily, Northern Citadel was already prosperous enough. It had all kinds of resources. Silver, gold, and other precious metals could be taken out from the castle's warehouse. He had looted the Grey Dwarf's collection for a few hundred years, so he had plenty of them. It was the same for the magic gems. As for the copper and iron, some would be transported from blacksmiths and some would be purchased directly. The magic crystals were a bit more troublesome since there were no crystal mines in the Su Len territory. There were crystal mines in the underground world, but they were scattered and needed people to mine them. He didn't have a lot of mithril, but the silver mine that the Grey Dwarf Bach was mining did produce mithril. Although it wasn't much, it was more than enough to repair the mysterious realm. After spending 3 days preparing all the materials needed to repair the mysterious realm, Su Len left the matters of Northern Citadel to Chris. He then brought Hathaway to the Northern Citadel again. There were all kinds of mutated plants in the thorn forest. Although the man-eating flowers and trees were dangerous, they also ensured the safety of the mysterious realm. Sulan and Hathaway had already experienced this before, so they easily avoided the man-eating plants. They then used the hypnosis powder to pass through the sea of purple tulips and return to the mysterious realm. "Welcome back, Mr. Sulan and Ms. Hathaway." Tower Spirit Number 1's voice rang out. "Tower Spirit Number 1, did anyone else enter the mysterious realm when we left?" Sulan asked. "No." "That's good. Show me the blueprint." "As you wish." As Tower Spirit Number 1's voice rang out, a 3D image appeared in front of the two along with the blueprint. Hathaway cast a photographic image spell and stored the information in a magic crystal. Then the two began to repair the mysterious realm according to the blueprint. The first thing to be repaired was the ley line nodes. When the mysterious realm was first built, rune pillars were placed on all the ley line nodes to connect and organize the ley line energy. These rune pillars were the foundation of the mysterious realm space folding spell. This was the direct reason why the mysterious realm was damaged. According to the red dots on the 3D map, Sulan and Hathaway quickly found a ley line energy node. These locations were originally classified as the mysterious realm's secrets, but they were easily found with the blueprint. Hathaway used her power of the will to search and soon found something strange. She then used her mana to search for the rune pillars. Found it. It's 30 meters underground. Hathaway soon opened her eyes. "Get up and let me do it." Sulan took out a small flag from his storage space. Then he waved it gently and directly summoned two wind elementals. Stone to mud. With a flash of light, the originally hard ground turned into mud. Then the two wind elementals entered the mud under Sulan's command. A large amount of mud was pulled out by the wind elementals. After the mud was extracted, Sulan cast stone to mud again and let the two wind elementals work. Soon, after repeating a few times, a deep hole was easily dug out. Then they took out the rune pillars buried inside. This step was a bit difficult because the rune pillars were connected to the ley line energy. They had to cut off the connection between the rune pillars and the ground. Originally, there was a rune formation at the ley line energy node to suppress the ley line, but this rune formation had been damaged long ago. Hathaway could only make a rune formation herself. Fortunately, this kind of rune formation was not difficult for Hathaway. After setting up the rune formation, Sulan moved the rune pillars. The ley line energy began to vibrate. Hathaway activated the rune formation. A yellow light flashed, and then the ley line energy calmed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sulan immediately took out the rune pillars from the ground. This was a rune pillar about 3 meters long and 20 centimeters in diameter. There were many runes engraved on it, but because of the long time and lack of maintenance, many of the runes on this rune pillar had been blurred. It was the failure of these runes that caused the ley line energy node to lose its original function. After taking out the rune pillars, Hathaway cleaned up the rune pillars and then smelted them again. The rune pillars were made of an alloy called thorium. Thorium was a synthetic metal invented during the Arcane Empire. This metal had high plasticity, good magic conductivity, and stable properties. It was used in many places. The main metal of this alloy was silver. At first, it was to develop a metal that could replace mithril. However, the effect was far from what was expected, but it was still a good magic metal. Hathaway summoned psionic fire, then melted the rune pillars again and added some other materials. Thorium was a magic alloy that had been around for thousands of years. After inheriting part of the Arcanist's knowledge, although the wizards did not restore the original glorious civilization of the Arcanists, they also made breakthroughs in some fields. Thorium was one of them. After the rune pillars were melted, Hathaway operated the wizard's hand to shape the rune pillars. Sulan also summoned the wizard's hand to help. Finally, he released a frostbeam to cool down the rune pillars. After the rune pillars were refined, the runes needed to be engraved again. The runes that needed to be engraved on the thorium pillars were backed up by the Tower Spirit Number 1. The Tower Spirit Number 1 had a lot of knowledge from the Arcane Empire in its database, which was basically about the secret realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that as long as one learned all the knowledge, one could build a new secret realm like this. When the Arcane Empire built the secret realm, they kept a backup of the secret realm's production technology and blueprints. These were originally reserved for the restoration of the secret realm. Now, all of them were taken advantage of by Su Len. Hathaway took out several items such as gem powder, gold, silver, grind water, and so on to fuse them. After the materials were fused, she took out a fine gold carving knife and began to engrave the runes on the thorium pillars. The fine gold carving knife was very sharp. Under the operation of the wizard's hand, it began to work quickly. Hathaway had memorized the runes that needed to be engraved on the thorium pillars very clearly. Once she started, it was done smoothly. Soon, the new runes were engraved, and a rune pillar was completed. After a series of tests to meet the requirements, Su Len and Hathaway once again put the rune pillars back to their original place, and then restored the ground to its original state. There was a flash of light, and the space magic circle, which had been somewhat scattered, began to stabilize. After seeing the effect of the repair, the two went to the next damaged earth vein node according to the repair drawings given by the tower spirit. There were more than 100 such earth vein nodes in the entire secret realm. This time, more than 20 of them were damaged. It would take a lot of effort to repair all of them. However, even if these earth vein nodes were all repaired, the space-folding rune array of the secret realm was still not completed. If the secret realm was regarded as a net, the earth vein nodes were the nodes of the net, and the energy channels were the network cables of the fishing net. Only when the fishing net was in a complete state could the entire secret realm be hidden in the space-folding rune array. Chapter 243. The amount of work needed to repair the secret plane was very large, so the two of them had been busy for a while. However, this wasn't without benefits. For example, Sullen's wizard rank had increased. After repairing a large number of rune pillars, Su Luan's wizard knowledge and experience had increased. Although he would no longer be rewarded with attribute points when he leveled up, the number of spells he could cast had increased, and he had also learned some wizard abilities. After spending around a week, the two of them had finally finished repairing all the rune pillars. Next, they needed to repair the energy channel here. Compared to the rune pillars, the energy channel was much simpler. During this time, the Grey Dwarves had also dug out large amounts of magic crystals from the underground world. Actually, magic crystals could be artificially synthesized, but Hathaway didn't have time to make them. Although the crystal veins in the underground world were scattered, there were still plenty of magic crystals. Building the energy channel didn't require high-quality magic crystals. The magic crystals from the underground world had already been sorted out. The high-quality magic crystals were placed separately, while the normal magic crystals were put into special alchemy furnaces to be melted and shaped. The energy channel made by these magic crystals needed to be engraved with runes and then buried back into the energy channel. The secret plane lacked maintenance before, so there were many damaged energy channels. Although the energy channels were damaged more than the rune pillars, the repair speed was much faster than the rune pillars. After repairing all the damaged energy channels, Su Len went to the elemental pool again. He opened the link to the elemental pool and the blue elemental water began to flow through the energy channel into the secret plane. After the energy channel was repaired, even the original plantation had its energy supply restored. The entire secret plane's energy network was connected. As the elemental pool's energy entered the rune pillars began to flicker with magic light, and the space around them began to wrinkle. If one stood in the air and observed, they would find that the sea of flowers in the forest had suddenly become distorted. Space began to distort and fold before finally disappearing. The large amount of purple tulips in the thorn forest seemed to have never appeared before and disappeared without a trace. As for the sunwell flowers, caraman's trees, blood brambles and other mutant plants, a portion of them were still within the boundary of the secret realm and were kept in the thorn forest. Su Len didn't try to catch the mutated plants that had escaped to the outside world. These mutated plants could also grow in the outside world, and although a completely wild environment would prolong their maturation time, the magical materials harvested were slightly better than those cultivated by humans. After the space folding array in the secret realm was repaired, Su Len heard the sound of the system notification. Congratulations, host. You have completed the restoration of the secret realm. Your control over the secret realm has increased by 30%. Congratulations, host. You have participated in the restoration of the arcane realm and gained a lot of experience in magical technology. Congratulations, host. You have repaired the mystic realm. You are rewarded with 1 golden treasure chest. Secret realm, unnamed. A damaged secret realm passed down from the era of the Arcane Empire. After the elemental energy shock caused by the elemental tide, it was restored after some repairs. Concealment +10, elemental abundance +17, indestructible +15, energy circulation +18, secret realm output +18, space barrier. After seeing that the secret realm was recognized by the system, Su Len was also very happy. However, although he had gained control of the secret realm, many facilities in the secret realm had been damaged and needed to be repaired bit by bit. Similarly, the magical plants in the planting area also needed to be planted. Su Len opened the storage space and then opened the golden treasure chest. A flash of light, Su Len heard the sound of the system notification again. Congratulations, host. You have opened the golden treasure chest and obtained the skill teleportation array. Teleportation array. This skill is the product of the integration of the teleportation array skill after the system integrated the rules of the world. It can transfer any creature or item to a designated location. It can transfer up to 50 people at a time, and this skill can be made into a permanent array. After seeing this skill, Sullen's eyes widened. The effect of the teleportation array in the previous game was average, but after integrating the rules of this world, it directly became a teleportation array. This world also had teleportation arrays and teleportation spells, but group teleportation spells like this were generally the technology of large wizard organizations. Ordinary wizards only had teleportation spells, and at most, they could bring a few people. This kind of group teleportation array was completely a strategic spell. It was very convenient to teleport to the enemy's rear or the front line. Of course, the premise was that the other party did not build a space isolation runic array on their territory. The teleportation array came at just the right time. Although the secret realm was completed, this secret realm was a little far from North City. It was more than 50 kilometers away, and it was a little inconvenient to travel between the two places. Now that there was a teleportation array, it was possible to build a teleportation array in the secret realm, and then build another one in North City. In this way, North City and the secret realm would be completely connected. Other than the secret realm and North City, the underworlds Orlando City and North City could also be connected by a runic array. There was also the Harpy's Eagle Nest. With the teleportation array, Su Len did not have to worry about the problem of expanding his territory. At the same time, he did not have to recruit a large number of soldiers in all the cities. As long as North City had enough soldiers, they could directly send reinforcements to other places if they were in danger. They could even launch airborne attacks. However, all of this was based on the teleportation array. Su Len chose to learn the teleportation array right away, but the awkward thing was that he did not have any skill points. Without skill points, he could not learn the skill quickly. However, that did not mean he could not learn it. Su Len could also choose to learn the skill through the skill scroll. The advantage was that he did not need skill points to learn the skill, but the disadvantage was that it would take a long time to learn. Of course, there was another way. The system sold a type of Styx's water in the shop. After using it, he could choose to forget one of his skills. After forgetting the skill, Su Len would regain the skill points that he had used to learn the skill. Su Len spent 50,000 kinner to buy a bottle of Styx's water. He took it out from his storage space. It was a kind of purple, half-transparent liquid. It was stored in a crystal bottle the size of a palm. The liquid shimmered as it swayed. It was said that the potion was created by refining the water from the Styx's river with a few other ingredients. After hesitating for a moment, Sulen twisted the cap open and drank the sticks as water. After drinking it, Sulen smacked his lips as if he had not had enough. It was sweet and orange, and it tasted pretty good. Please choose a skill that you would like to forget. All of Sulen's skills were displayed in front of him for him to choose. I choose to forget Scarlet Flame. Sulen, who had already made up his mind, chose the skill right away. Scarlet Flame was not that useful to him at the moment. To put it bluntly, it was just a skill that could create a large area of fire. However, a fireball skill could be used to set a fire, so it was much more effective than Scarlet Flame. After Sulen learned the fireball skill, Scarlet Flame could be retired. After choosing the skill, the Scarlet Flame skill on Sulen's system panel gradually disappeared. At the same time, the knowledge about the Scarlet Flame skill also disappeared from his mind. At the same time, Sulen gained one more skill point after the Scarlet Flame skill disappeared. After learning some teleportation, the skill point disappeared. Sulen gained a lot of knowledge about teleportation. After learning teleportation, Sulen started to check the things needed to build a teleportation circle. A teleportation circle needed a fixed rune circle and a lot of precious spatial materials. A teleportation circle would cost at least 1 million kinnar. Even Sulen was speechless at such a high price. However, it was worth it. With the help of the rune circle, North Town's control over the other cities would increase exponentially. Other than needing a lot of materials, a teleportation circle would also consume a lot of energy when it was used. Of course, this was not a problem in the secret plane. They could just build an energy channel from the elemental pool. The same was true for the teleportation circle in North Town. Hathaway was already a rank 4 wizard, so she was qualified to build a wizard tower. With the experience of repairing the elemental pool and the secret plane, Hathaway had already learned how to build an elemental pool. Sulen also planned to build a wizard tower for Hathaway. He also planned to move Hathaway's old lab into the wizard tower. With the abundant energy from the elemental pool, he could build a teleportation circle here. Other than using the energy from the elemental pool, there were other ways to activate the teleportation circle. For example, using a few wizards to provide energy or using an energy crystal as a substitute. However, this method was not very cost-effective. An energy crystal was not cheap. Each teleportation would cost at least 1 energy crystal. If there were a lot of people or a long distance, the cost would be even higher. Building a teleportation circle required a lot of materials. Some of them were very precious and hard to find, so Sulen could only buy some from the system. The most valuable one was the Void Break Stone, which cost 100,000 kinnar each. After spending a lot of kinnar to buy the materials, Sulen began to build the teleportation circle. With the help of Hathaway, the construction of the teleportation circle was very fast. In just a few hours, a teleportation circle was finally built. An energy channel was built from the elemental pool to the teleportation circle. Sulen chose to start it right away. After giving the teleportation permission, Sulen brought Hathaway to the teleportation platform. These coordinates were left by Hathaway in the lab. With a flash of light, the two disappeared from the secret plane. Chapter 244. Sulen's vision blurred, and in the next second, he appeared in a hall. Sulen looked at Hathaway in confusion. What's going on? Didn't they teleport to the lab? Why did they go straight back to the castle? The coordinates were wrong. Just a small error. Hathaway shrunk her neck and said awkwardly. Sulen glared at her and didn't pursue the matter. However, he had already decided that he would confirm the coordinates himself next time. The teleportation spell was very dangerous. It was convenient to teleport successfully, but the consequences would be equally serious if there was a mistake. For example, if they were teleported directly into mud or rocks, they would suffocate if they weren't strong enough, or they would be teleported to dangerous areas. In short, it was very dangerous if the coordinates were wrong. Sensing the spatial ripples in the hall, Chris quickly appeared here. Master, you're back. Chris was wearing a beautiful maid outfit, which accentuated her curvaceous figure. She had a different kind of charm. Although the maid outfit was a bit loose, it was obviously different on Chris. As Sullen's spokesperson, Chris was the highest officer when Sulen wasn't around. Sulen smiled and nodded, then reached out and patted her head. How's the development in the city? Did anything happen? Everything in the city is good. It's been developing according to your requirements. Mirror Lake City reported yesterday that they were a bit short on manpower, so I gave them the refugees we took in this month. Chris shook her head. Sulen smiled. Looks like Mirror Lake City is developing very well. North Town City is developing well now. You can give them more support. Chris nodded to show that she understood. By the way, I'll take you to a good place in a few days. Sulen winked and smiled. Chris was a bit confused, but she still nodded obediently. By the way, Master, there's a man who says he's a messenger from the Kingdom of Florence who wants to see you. I don't have time to see him now. Let him wait. Sulen waved his hand and prepared to go upstairs. After a few days of high-intensity work, although he didn't feel too tired physically, he was mentally exhausted and needed to rest. After a brief explanation, Sulen yawned and went back to sleep. After resting for a day, Sulen got up in high spirits. Sulen changed his clothes and went to take a look at the city. After a year of development, Northern City now had a population of 25,000. If you counted the goblins, kobolds, gnolls, orcs, and other slaves, the population of Northern City had exceeded 40,000. It was considered a medium-sized city in the northern provinces. After all, there were only 3 large cities like Cult in the entire northern provinces. The streets of the city were straight, and all the roads were paved with a layer of stones or slabs. It would not be muddy when it rained, and there would not be dust when it was sunny. The streets were very clean. Even the horses that passed by had a bag hanging behind them, which was specially used to collect horse dung. Northern Town had very high standards for hygiene. If a horse urinated or defecated in the town, it would be charged to the owner. Not only would the owner be fined, but the owner would also have to do volunteer work. Later on, when the fertilizer factory in Northern Town began to produce, the horse dung would be collected. A bag of horse dung could be sold for 2 copper nars. Flower beds were built on both sides of the roads, where all kinds of green plants were planted. Flowers bloomed all year round. At the same time, there were fountains on the streets, gardens, and plazas. The streets were full of people. Although it was busy, everything seemed to be in order. The taverns were buzzing with activity. The vodka produced in Northern Town was very popular in the north. Apart from soldiers on vacation, grey dwarves, and guards from other caravans, the grey dwarves were also there. The grey dwarves loved to drink the most. Vodka was a strong liquor, and ordinary people could not drink much of it. The grey dwarves were very satisfied with their current lives. They used to work for the king, but now they worked for Sulen. However, working for Sulen meant that they could get better food and liquor. Their stingy king would not give them vodka. The stubborn, cunning, and tenacious grey dwarves were very loyal to Sulen. After strolling around the taverns, Sulen came to the trade market. The trade market was the most prosperous area in Northern Town. More than 100 caravans gathered here. Apart from the caravans from the northern provinces, caravans from the southern provinces had also set up their own chambers of commerce here. Even the Desert Kingdom, the Terrence Kingdom, and the Holy Six Lights Alliance in the south had set up offices here. There were dates, carpets, cotton, raisins, dried fruits, and female slaves from the Desert Kingdom, pottery, palm oil, olive oil, wine, and spices from the Holy Six Lights Alliance in the south, and gemstones, obsidian, tea leaves from the Lotus Kingdom. There were all kinds of goods here. Apart from sugar and rum, vodka was also very popular in Northern Town. It looked clear and transparent, but it tasted like a ball of fire in the mouth. It was very popular in the north. The paper produced in Northern Town City had become another popular product. At the same time, the quality of weapons in northern town city had improved once again due to the presence of a large group of dwarven blacksmiths. Many merchant groups purposely came to northern town city to buy the high-quality dwarven equipment. Just last month, the business tax collected in northern town had reached over 10,000 kinnar. It could be seen how prosperous northern town was from this tax. Northern town had many names in the mouths of these merchants, such as the City of Wealth, the Pearl of the Northern Kingdoms, and so on. They also praised the few magnificent buildings in northern town. The most famous ones were the Arc de Triomphe and the Aqueduct system. The Arc de Triomphe was majestic and magnificent, and the aqueduct system was also called a miracle. The harvest altar was mysterious because Sulen did not allow people to get close to it. It was said that after King Henry III of the Kingdom of Florence heard about the Arc de Triomphe, he also announced that such a magnificent building would be built in the central avenue of the city to sing his praises. Sulen walked around the city and went to see the training of the winged dragon knights. After a few months of feeding, these Cryopteris had entered the growth period. Each of them had grown to the size of a bison, and their wingspan was over 5 meters. The nest and training ground they were living in were specially built. Inside, other than the +15 comfortable environment, +15 training progress, +18 energy recovery, +17 coordination, there were also the +18 accelerated growth, +20 sturdiness, and other rare attributes. According to the growth rate of these Cryopteris, they would reach adulthood in less than 4 years. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, northern town would have a squad of winged dragon knights. When Sulen returned to the castle, Alex had returned from the Eagle Fortress. She looked like a queen now. With the support of northern town's resources, as the queen of the harpies, her appearance had skyrocketed. She looked very elegant. Sulen felt a sense of accomplishment every time he discussed the true meaning of life. She and the little succubus were the strongest fighters among Sulen's maids. "Alex, how are the harpies doing lately? Are there any problems?" Sulen asked with a smile. "The children love the nest master built," Alex said excitedly. Also, another harpy leader has become a harpy recently. Although Suluen's eagle nest didn't have a high effect of evolution, there were thousands of harpies. It was normal for 1 or 2 of them to evolve. During this time, the harpies had also cooperated with the soldiers of northern battlefront city to train and fight. They had also gained a lot of combat experience. "Master, the eagle nest has consumed a lot of food recently," Alex said. "Go find Chris later and ask her to send you some food," Sulen nodded. "Oh, right. Go and choose the weapons you want to use. I'll ask the blacksmith to produce them and send them to you." Since the harpies' arms and wings were connected, it was inconvenient for them to use weapons. However, once they evolved into harpies, their arms would be separated from their wings. That way, they could use weapons. Bows, javelins, spears, etc. "But they'll be lighter," Alex said after thinking for a moment. As aerial units, these weapons were very suitable for them. "All right, I understand." After returning to the castle, Sulen arranged everything. He asked people to collect materials for the teleportation circle. At the same time, the construction of the wizard tower was put on the agenda. The wizard tower required a large amount of obsidian. There were no obsidian mines in the northern citadel. The obsidian mines in the underground world were also poor. If they wanted to obtain a large amount of obsidian, they would have to go to the caravans of the Loftus Kingdom. Sulen asked the city hall to sign a long-term supply contract with the merchants of the Loftus Kingdom. He was ready to buy a large amount of obsidian. It was important to know that not only did the wizard tower need obsidian, but also the restoration of the secret realm in the future. Hathaway was also preparing to build some obsidian stone statues and ghost statues. This would require even more obsidian. The cost of building a wizard tower was at least a few million kinnar. Fortunately, Sulen had made a fortune. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to support his girlfriend. There was a question in the noble circle. How did it feel to have a witch as a lover or a wife? Thanks for the invitation. She was in the northern citadel. Su Len could tell him that it was best not to look for a witch if they didn't have a net worth of tens of millions. It was too expensive. Also, it was not recommended to try it if their body wasn't strong enough. In other words, witches had to be normal, beautiful, and proficient in all kinds of spells. They always liked to add some fun when exploring the mysteries of life. For example, grease, shape-shifting, shadow tentacles, giant transformation, shrinking, and so on. If you were strong enough, it would definitely be a pleasure. Chapter 245. The basic materials for building the teleportation array were quickly prepared. Su Len finally built the teleportation array in the mayor's mansion. At the same time, Hathaway's wizard tower would also be built next to the lord's castle. According to Hathaway's blueprint, the height of the wizard tower would eventually reach 120 meters. It would cover an area larger than the lord's mansion. This wizard tower would be big enough for a legendary wizard. Su Len thought about it and agreed. After all, Hathaway was destined to become a legendary wizard, and the construction speed of the wizard tower was not fast. If he built an ordinary wizard tower, Hathaway might become a legendary wizard in a few years. It would be better to build it directly. In fact, this 120-meter-tall wizard tower was still dwarfed by the wizard towers of the Arcane Kingdom. The wizard towers of the Arcane Kingdom were basically 300 meters tall. This was because many wizard towers were upgraded to become floating cities. However, most wizard towers did not receive this treatment in the end. To build a floating city, not to mention other costs, the cost of the basic construction and materials was almost 100 million kinnar. In addition to the various facilities of the floating city, even in the era of the Arcane Kingdom, after thousands of years of accumulation, the number of floating cities was not more than 100. It was a huge empire that spanned more than a dozen dimensions. In addition to the obsidian, a lot of steel was also needed to build the wizard tower. The current steel production in North City was not bad. Fortunately, the construction of the wizard tower was gradual. Otherwise, steel would also have to be purchased. After preparing the materials, Su Len bought the void break stone from the system shop and then built it with Hathaway. In fact, the cost of a single teleportation array was only 200,000 kinnar. The price of a group teleportation array rose to 1 million kinnar. As the main city of Su Len, it was necessary to build a group teleportation array. Although a single teleportation array was convenient, cheap, and energy-consuming, it did not make much sense if it could not quickly teleport an army. With the experience in the secret realm last time, Su Len and Hathaway quickly built the teleportation array. They linked the teleportation array with the secret realm's teleportation array, and they could directly teleport from North City to the secret realm. After completing the teleportation portal, Su Len brought Hathaway, Chris, and Alex to the secret realm. The concentration of elemental energy here is so high. As soon as he entered, Alex felt something different. Of course, there's an intermediate elemental pool here, Su Len explained. What do you think? This secret realm covers an area of more than 300 square kilometers. Now, it all belongs to us, Su Len said excitedly. Now, you can all choose a piece of land to use. The secret realm was over 300 square kilometers in size and had a diameter of about 20 kilometers. It was about the size of a small city in Feng Lin's previous life. There were mountains, rivers, and forests in this secret realm. The ancient arcanists used their powerful technology to create a perfect ecosystem here. Although most of the ecosystem was destroyed because of the war, there was a backup in Tower Spirit No. 1. It just needed to be repaired. Really? I'll have to think about how to use it, Alex said happily. Master, welcome back. Tower Spirit No. 1's voice sounded. Hello, Tower Spirit. Set their level of authority to level 5. The highest level of authority in the secret realm was level 6, which was Su Len and Hathaway. Level 1 authority was the lowest, which was only for tourists. Level 2 authority was for ordinary staff here, mostly apprentices. They could only move around in the living and working areas. Level 3 authority was much better, and he could live here. Only official wizards could obtain this authority, but there were still many areas that he could not enter. Level 4 authority was equivalent to the manager of each area. In the secret plane, apart from the most important areas, he could enter the rest. As for level 5 authority, there were basically no restrictions. Yes, Master. Setting authority. Setting complete. A beam of blue light shone on Chrissy and Alex. This light could record their appearance, energy waves, smell, and even their soul imprint. This technique was also a masterpiece of the ancient arcanists. The wizards of today still couldn't do it. Master, the space-folding portal of the secret realm has been repaired, but the other functions of the secret realm are still incomplete. Please fix it as soon as possible, Tower Spirit Number 1 reminded. Got it. Sulan had a headache. Repairing the secret realm and building wizard towers required a lot of resources and manpower. Sulan could find and buy resources, but he was seriously short of manpower. Master, you can try to repair the golems. There are still 56 steel golems in the secret realm. 33 of them are worth repairing. You can replace the parts from the other damaged golems, Tower Spirit Number 1 suggested. There are still so many golems. Sullen's eyes flashed. He knew about the steel golems. A complete steel golem was a level 4 one. Not only did it have energy, but it was also very strong in close combat. It was very good except for the lack of air combat. The last time he encountered a steel golem, it didn't have enough energy, so many of its functions were not activated. But now, with the elemental pool, there was no need to worry about energy. After learning that there were 33 steel golems that could be repaired, Sulan immediately took Hathaway, Chris, and Alex to collect all the remains of the steel golems. Master, the secret realm needs a lot of manpower. I'll ask the harpies to come and help, Alex said. Alex had absolute control over the harpies, so there was no need to worry about them betraying her. Besides, the harpies were quite strong. Sulan thought about it and agreed. I'll build a new eagle nest for them in the secret realm. Thank you, Master. Alex suddenly hugged Sulan and kissed him. She then smiled and left through the teleportation portal. About an hour later, the teleportation portal lit up again. Alex brought 20 harpies to the secret realm. After evolution, the harpies were very similar to humans. Except for the wings and the claws on their feet, they were not much different from humans. However, when they evolved into elite harpies, their claws would become feet. At that time, they would be similar to Alex. However, none of the harpies had reached that level yet. Sulan let the harpies clean up the ruins according to Tower Spirit Number 1's repair plan. He, Hathaway, and Alex worked together to repair the steel golems. As for Chris, she stayed in the secret realm for a while and then returned to Northern Battlefront City. After all, the city needed her now. The first to be repaired were the steel golems that Sulan and Hathaway destroyed last time. Those few steel golems were the least damaged. As long as the energy centers were reconnected and the broken legs were repaired, they would be fine. The control centers of the golems were originally with Tower Spirit Number 1. After Sulan became the master of the secret realm and obtained the highest authority, he also obtained the right to command the golems. Some of the control centers of the golems were damaged. Hathaway had to use large soul crystals to make new ones. Fortunately, only a few of the control centers were damaged. Otherwise, Sulan's few large soul crystals would not be enough. After more than an hour, the first steel golem was finally repaired. Tower Spirit Number 1, open the energy channel and charge this golem. Yes, Master. With Sulan's order, the energy channel in the elemental pool opened. A gust of blue elemental energy was transferred to the steel golem through the energy channel. After receiving the energy, the steel golem's dark eyes slowly lit up. The golem was reactivated. Steel guard number 027 is activated. Charging, activation complete. Master, steel guard number 027 is at your service. Check if there are any problems with the golem, Su Len ordered. Begin self-examination. Self-examination complete. The golem is in good condition. Looks like it's done. Su Len nodded with satisfaction. Tower Spirit number 1, give it a job. Yes, Master. Then, Tower Spirit number 1 began to assign tasks to the steel golems. The steel golems in the Arcana land were all-purpose golems. They could be used for both fighting and work. As long as there was an energy supply, these steel golems did not need to rest at all and could work continuously. With these steel golems, the repair work in the Arcana land would be much faster. Next, Su Len and the other two continued to repair the golems. With the experience of the first golem, the repair of the next few golems was much faster. These golems were all damaged in the same place, so the repair was not difficult. 3 hours later, the other 3 steel golems were all repaired. After they were reactivated, these golems were assigned to work. While repairing the golems, Su Len once again gained experience in magical craftsmanship. He felt that it would not be long before he could master this craftsmanship. The craftsmanship of the steel golems was still very complicated. Su Len and Hathaway could not understand many parts. It was several times more complicated than the craftsmanship of the stone golems. Although they did not understand some of the craftsmanship, it did not affect the repair. The repair plan given by Tower Spirit number 1 was very detailed. Most of the time, they would directly remove parts from the scrapped steel golems and replace them. The parts in these steel golems were basically universal. According to Tower Spirit number 1, these steel golems were products produced by the same golem production line. The repaired steel golems began to clean up the ruins in the Arcana land. These ruins needed to be rebuilt. The building materials were not discarded and would be used to repair other buildings. At the same time, a large number of skeletons in the Arcana land also needed to be cleaned up. There were many undead creatures in the Arcana land. These undead creatures also needed to be cleaned up. All the skeletons would be sent out for burial. The undead aura in the Arcana land also needed to be cleaned up. Otherwise, undead creatures would still be born. Chapter 246. Most of the ecosystem in the secret mirror had been damaged, and it would take some time to rebuild it. However, with 33 steel golems, Su Len only needed to provide the materials and let the tower genie command the golems to work. Only the work that the steel golems couldn't do would be done by Su Len and Hathaway. The working capacity of more than 30 steel golems had surpassed that of a construction team of more than 1,000 people. These steel golems were all powerful and tireless. After giving the task of repairing the secret realm to Tower Spirit number 1, Su Len began to prepare for the planting area. He was going to plant some commonly used magic plants in the planting area, but he didn't have many magic plant seeds, so he could only plant them as he collected them. Also, the work of planting magic plants could not be done by steel golems. It could only be done by humans. Many magic plants were dangerous, so normal people couldn't plant them. Only wizard apprentices could do it. Su Len didn't build a wizard academy, so he didn't have so many free labor. However, he had his own way. Alex's harpies were very good. Although they were not wizard apprentices, they were quite strong. They could take care of magic plants. The only problem was that there were not many of them. The planting area opened up in the secret mirror was very large, and it was impossible to plant everything with only a few people. A secret mirror like this was more than enough to support a wizard organization. In the planting area, Su Len gave the seeds of Peace Bloom, Golden Thorn, Silver Star, and more than a dozen other magic plant seeds to the harpies for them to plant. Many places in the planting area had not been repaired, but it was not urgent. Maybe when he was strong enough, Su Len would build a wizard academy. After returning from the secret mirror, Su Len finally remembered that the messenger from the kingdom of Florence was still waiting to see him. Su Len could guess the purpose of the messenger's visit. It was most likely about his title. "Ask the messenger from the kingdom of Florence to see me," Su Len said to the servant next to him. "Yes, sir." Soon, the servant brought a middle-aged man in his 30s to Sulan's study. "Good day, Your Excellency Sulan." The middle-aged man bowed elegantly. "Good day, I'm sorry to have kept Mr. Messenger waiting for so long. The territory has just been established, and there are many things that need to be done." Sulan apologized, but there was no apologetic expression on his face. "We understand that His Excellency Sulan is busy." "Right, what's your name?" "Robert Monroe, nice to meet you, Mr. Sulan," Robert said with a smile. "Please sit down, Mr. Robert. I wonder what brings Mr. Messenger to this remote place." Sulan continued after inviting him to sit down. "Sir Sulan is too humble. Even a child in the Northern Lands has heard of the title of the Pearl of the Northern Lands." Robert shook his head. "The bards in Cult are singing about your heroic deeds. You are very famous in the Northern Lands. At first, I thought they were exaggerating, but after coming to Northern City, I realized that the rumors were not exaggerated at all. You have created a miracle. In just 1 year, you have built such a big city in the wilderness." Hearing Robert's compliment, Sulan immediately raised his guard. Robert was the messenger of the kingdom, so there was no need for him to curry favor with him. Now, he was lowering himself so much. No one would believe that he had nothing to ask for. The sugar, rum, and paper in Northern City are all in high demand in the Kingdom of Florence. What you see is just the surface. Northern Citadel is on the verge of collapsing. To prevent the monsters from attacking, I have to form a huge army. Northern Citadel's army now accounts for 1/3 of its population. Most importantly, these soldiers aren't farmers. They are all professional soldiers. The cost every month is making my heart ache, Su Luan said, shaking his head. Although he was complaining, it was more like he was trying to show off his muscles. Many people want to experience this kind of pain, but they can't. Robert shook his head. "I am here to invite you on behalf of the Royal Parliament," Robert said with a smile. Robert smiled and said, "Mr. Surin, you've successfully opened up a new territory, and it's developing well. The noble parliament has approved your achievement. You can now design your own family badge and go to Cult to receive your title. I remember that the standard for successful development is 3 to 5 years. I don't think I have reached the standard yet." Sulan was not happy about being recognized by the royal parliament. Instead, he asked calmly. "According to the kingdom's standard, it will take 3 to 5 years. But your territory is developing so well that the royal parliament has approved that you don't have to wait 3 years." Robert shook his finger. "I see." Su Luan nodded in agreement. However, he knew that this was just a piece of paper. There were some merchants who wanted to obtain aristocratic status. The best way to do so was to buy a land expansion order, find a place to develop, and then spend money to bribe the aristocratic parliament to recognize them as aristocrats. They didn't care about territory, they just wanted to obtain aristocratic status. Of course, you have to know that we are taking a huge risk by doing this. So, we need your support. Robert winked at Sulan and gave him a knowing look. However, Robert was going to be disappointed. He and the royal parliament did not know that Sulan had never thought of gaining their recognition. Sulan had planned to build a new kingdom from the very beginning. Joining the royal parliament and gaining the rights to develop a territory as well as the title of a count was not something that Sulan had planned to accept from the very beginning. If he accepted their title, it would mean that Sulan had joined the Kingdom of Florence. If it was just for the title, he could have done it with his legendary level strength. There was no need for him to go through so much trouble to develop a territory in the north. However, Sulan did not plan to fall out with the Kingdom of Florence. After all, more than half of the trade routes to the northern city had to pass through the provinces in the north. Moreover, the northern city gained a large number of people from the provinces in the north every month. If they fell out with the Kingdom of Florence, not only would the trade routes be blocked, but the recruitment of refugees would also be interrupted. Of course, even if they fell out with the Kingdom of Florence, there would still be trade routes coming to Sulan. However, the price would definitely be affected. They would take the opportunity to lower the price and sell it at a high price under the pretext of the border blockade. There was no doubt about that. There had been such cases in the history of his previous life and the history of this world. The most classic example was the sea ban policy of the Ming dynasty in his previous life. On one hand, they were trying to stop the country from opening up the sea. On the other hand, they were trying to smuggle goods. They used the sea ban to kill all their competitors and monopolize the unimaginable profits. Thank you so much, but I have too many things to do in my territory now. I can't leave for the time being, so I can't go to Calant's city to accept the title. Su Len was overjoyed at first, but then he looked regretful. His acting was so good that he could win an Oscar. Well, but to thank the Royal Parliament for their help, I can give you 3 trade quotas. Each quota allows you to buy 50 kilograms of sugar and 100 barrels of rum from the northern city every month. Su Len offered the bait. Su Len did not know how many people there were in the Royal Parliament, but they would definitely fight for the 3 quotas. Based on the Royal Parliament's character, as long as there were enough benefits, they would not care who you were. These quotas were enough for the Royal Parliament to fight for a while. As for the 3 quotas, it was not a loss for Su Len at all. Since last month, the sugar beets planted in the northern city had started to mature batch after batch. The production of the northern city sugar refinery had increased from 600 kilograms of sugar per month to 1,000 kilograms of sugar per month, and this number was still increasing. Su Len estimated that the production of sugar would exceed a ton in 2 months at most. With more sugar, there would naturally be a need for more trading quotas. Giving them 3 quotas would not only show their friendliness, but also bring them benefits. Why not? Hearing that Su Len could give them 3 trading quotas, Robert was overjoyed. After all, the aristocratic parliament had been jealous of the previous caravans for a long time because they had monopolized the sugar trade in the northern town and made a lot of money. If it were not for the fact that those caravans were backed by big nobles, they would have snatched them long ago. Now that they had 3 quotas from Su Len, it was naturally the best outcome. Of course, there are conditions for these 3 quotas as well. Seeing Robert's uncontrollable excitement, Su Len smiled in his heart. Northern City is preparing to train some grassroots officials, and we lack some scholars as teachers. Therefore, I hope that the nobles with the quotas can help me find some scholars to teach in the Northern City. They don't need to be famous scholars, as long as they can teach basic education. No problem, Sir Su Len. We will send the scholars you need over soon. Hearing Su Len's request, Robert did not mind at all. Although there were not many literate scholars in this era, there were many of them in the circle of nobles. After all, many people learned these things to serve the nobles. Moreover, many of the nobles' children had received education and could be teachers. As long as they were willing, they could easily find a few hundred scholars. Then I look forward to working with you, Su Len said with a smile. I look forward to working with you. Robert was also full of smiles, as if he had earned a great deal. Su Len laughed in his heart. Although you earn money, I will not lose money. Chapter 247. After discussing the matter with Robert, Su Len signed 3 blank trade permits, and Robert left in a hurry. Since the dimensional folding circle of the mysterious realm had been repaired, the Northgard Castle soldiers outside the mysterious realm had all retreated. The Northgard city's army was mobilized again. In the wilderness where the Northgard city was located, there were no more powerful factions that could fight a large-scale war against them. Most of the time, there were only small skirmishes. The monsters in the wilderness were like weeds. If you were not careful, they could grow very quickly. Summer was the time when food was the most abundant in the northern wilderness. The number of kobolds, goblins, and gnolls had started to increase. To deal with the situation, Su Len changed the way the army fought. Lancers, archers, centaur riders, and the newly recruited harpies were reorganized into small armies. They were then led by their own generals to clean up the areas around the Northgard city. The Northgard city had started to clear out the monsters and bandits in their territory again. Of course, it was not realistic to completely wipe out the kobolds, goblins, and gnolls. After all, these races were very good at reproducing. They could only reproduce in groups. Sullen's plan was to keep their numbers to a low level. After a few years, the number of goblins, kobolds, and gnolls would gradually decrease. Just like in the southern provinces, there were basically no gnolls left in the wilderness. Even the number of kobolds and goblins was very low. It was the result of decades of hard work. If the other nobles could do it, so could Su Luan. Moreover, he had a strategic map. As long as the goblins, kobolds, and bandits were discovered, they would be marked on the map. Since the battlefield was one-sided and transparent, it was not difficult to eliminate these bandits. With the help of the harpies, the vision of the northern fortress city's army had increased by a few times. Their current strategy had changed from a rain of arrows and spearmen to an aerial assault by the harpies, archers, and centaurs. Most of the time, there were not many enemies left by the time the spearmen reached the front line. The uninjured monsters were enslaved, and the injured ones were killed for experience. While the northern battlefront city army was cleaning up, Su Lan also came to the training ground of the formation breaker outside the city. After this period of training, this group of Imperial Spear Guards had all completed their training. Today was the day they would advance to the formation breaker. The success rate of the formation breaker's advancement was only 1/5. Su Lan gave each of the Spear Guards a light ball and let them advance. Time went by. This time, there were as many as 16 Spear Guards who participated in the advancement. Su Luan waited quietly outside. After about 15 minutes, light balls began to return to the tiger-shaped tally of the formation breaker, which meant that someone had failed to advance. Su Lan was mentally prepared for this result. Soon, 2 more light balls returned to Su Lan within a few minutes. As time passed, more and more light balls returned to Sullen's hand. Very quickly, the time had already reached the last 10 minutes. The advancement of the capture barracks, as long as they could endure through this last period of time, it represented that they had successfully advanced. It was just that there were only 5 people remaining. Just then, Su Luan felt that another light ball had returned to the tiger tally, and there were only 4 people who were still advancing. Time passed by. Su Lan became more and more nervous. Soon, there were only 5 minutes left. A light flashed and disappeared. Another light ball returned. In the end, there were only 3 people left. In the last 5 minutes, Su Lan felt like a year. Finally, the system's notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host. 3 of your spear guards have successfully advanced to the formation breaker. The current number of formation breaker is 5. Seeing the 3 soldiers who had successfully advanced, Sullen's mood finally became better. Just as the northern battlefront city was developing rapidly, further north in the northern wilderness, the power of the elemental tide was constantly spreading. A large number of wild beasts had evolved into demon beasts. The races that lived here also felt threatened. Chief Rogthus, the team that went to the Great Glacier to explore, has returned. They brought back the latest news. In a huge tent, several orcs were discussing something. Outside the tent, tens of thousands of orcs were living in the wilderness. Since the last era, the orcs had been expelled by the humans, elves, and dwarves. They could only live in the barren northern wilderness. However, the orcs still did not give up on the fertile land in the south. Every 2 or 3 years, the orcs would carry out a large-scale invasion to the south. Every time this happened, the countries that bordered the northern wilderness would be the target of the orcs' attack. There was no strict border between the northern wilderness and the orcs. However, most of them relied on the terrain of the mountains to defend. Usually, the orcs would directly invade the southern wilderness. The northern battlefront city was not located on the main route of the orcs' army. When the northern battlefront city was first built, Su Lan did not choose the north. Instead, he chose the northeast. He did not want to be the front line against the orcs. Herr, how is the Great Glacier now? The tall orc chief asked. Chief, the situation is not good. We found traces of a white dragon. The orc named Harer said. After hearing Harer's words, the orc chief went silent for a moment and said, Great shaman, it seems your prophecy was right. The situation we are facing now is very clear. In the coming days, more and more orcs will appear here. Our living environment will become more and more difficult. If we want the tribe to continue, there is only one way, and that is to go south. Citizens of Gawushan, now is the time of life and death. I, the chief of the Blackfire tribe, Rogthus, am officially telling you that we must obtain more fertile land to survive. The weak elves have fallen asleep, and the dwarves' kingdom has been divided. We only have to face the humans. As long as we defeat the humans, we can obtain the warm and fertile land under the sun. We have been silent for too long. It is time to let those despicable monkeys pay the price. Fight! 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 The other orcs roared. More and more orcs began to roar. Soon, the entire camp had tens of thousands of orcs roaring. Their voices resounded through the sky. At the same time, the other orc tribes in the northern wilderness began to move at the same time. In the northern wilderness, the number of orcs living was no less than 1 million. According to the characteristics of all orcs being soldiers, they could easily form an army of 500,000 to 600,000. However, the beastmen usually didn't do this. The most fundamental reason was logistics. The beastmen didn't have enough food. If hundreds of thousands of beastmen gathered together, it wouldn't take long for them to starve to death. Therefore, the beastmen would usually unite with several tribes and form an army of around 50,000 people. They would then attack from multiple areas. The orcs began to move. A new round of war was about to begin. After dealing with the matters in the northern city, Sulen issued an order to purchase all kinds of magic plant seeds. At the same time, he began the next step of the restoration of the secret realm. There were many magic plants growing in the secret realm. In addition to the purple tulips, there were also mutated man-eating flowers, blood-sucking vines, and some amethyst bees. The ecological area in the secret realm had also begun to be restored. There were many wild herbs in the ecological area. Some of the herbs marked in Introduction to Potionology could be found here. Most of the magic plants were easy to deal with. The only troublesome one was the blood-sucking vines. These dark red thorny vines were a type of living vine. They would automatically attack nearby creatures. At the same time, they were poisonous. After killing their prey, they would drag it over and slowly digest it. The ecological area was very large. Although the original destruction was serious, it was slowly recovering. Earth, water, wind, fire. The Arcanists believed that these 4 elements were the basic composition of the world. They were also the prerequisite for the evolution of all matter. As the wizards who inherited the knowledge of the arcane empire, they also inherited this view. It was said that some legendary wizards would leave the main material plane and enter the astral world to roam other worlds. These wizards were called astral wizards. According to the information left behind by these astral wizards, they found that there were all kinds of planets. Some were solid, some were liquid, and some were gaseous. However, planets that could produce intelligent life had a kind of life force. Almost all of them had the characteristics of a fusion of these 3 types of planets. The great Arcanists believed that at the beginning of the multiverse, after the explosion of the source energy, the elemental planes of earth, water, wind, and fire were created. During the evolution, different types of planets were created due to the proportion of the elements. Those planets that could support life were mostly the result of the harmony of the 4 elements. Only this kind of harmonious plane could give birth to all kinds of creatures and finally become a prosperous plane. At the same time, the Arcanists' theory of constructing superlarge demiplanes originated from this. The Grand Arcanists believed that only a complete elemental balance could create a new world, a superlarge demiplane that could allow life to flourish. Creating a world was not difficult. Basically, if a legendary wizard was willing to spend his life, he could create a relatively small half-plane world. However, no wizard would do so. The environment in the secret realm also had to comply with this requirement. If there was a problem with the ecological structure of the secret realm, it would collapse and be rebuilt. However, if there was a problem with the basic elemental structure, it would lead to the collapse of the secret realm. Therefore, Su Len had been strict when it came to restoring the secret realm. Chapter 248. Su Len was lying on the sofa in the castle at the center of the arcane mystery realm. He was watching a movie, not a movie, but a video. Tower Spirit Number 1 stored a large amount of information about the arcane mystery realm. These were the system backups left behind by the arcanists. It was a timely help for Su Len to restore the arcane mystery realm. A 3D virtual image appeared in front of him. The 3D movies in his previous life were nothing compared to this. Thinking about the 3D movies in his previous life, other than the font being 3D, the image was basically no different from 2D. Moreover, there were all kinds of flaws. Looking at the 3D imaging technology of the arcanists, it was like being in the real world. It was a waste to use this technology only to broadcast information. Fortunately, Su Len was a decent person. If those LSPs got their hands on this, they would watch movies every day. This is incredible. Su Len praised as he looked at the 3D image played by Tower Spirit Number 1. Although he had already overestimated the power of the arcanists, he was still shocked by what he saw. In the final image of the ecological modification spell, there were wyverns, pterosaurs, and birds flying in the sky. On the ground, there were saber-toothed tigers, mammoths, gale tigers, flaming wildebeests, and other magical beasts strolling leisurely. These huge beasts walked past him as if they were alive. A mammoth walked right through Su Len. Its long trunk easily pulled out a small tree and brought it to its mouth. The mammoth took a few bites. Perhaps it didn't taste good, so it swung its trunk and threw it away. On the grassland, a saber-toothed tiger was lying on the ground. It quietly moved forward for a while before leaping out in an instant. The bison that was drinking water fled in fear. The saber-toothed tiger was very fast. It pounced on a strong bison and used its terrifying fangs to bite off the struggling bison's neck. All kinds of animals were vividly displayed in the image. Not only were there images, but there were also voices. The roars of the beasts and the rustling of the leaves in the wind were vivid. In addition to the creatures Su Len knew, there were many creatures that Su Len had never seen before. Those creatures were most likely extinct by now. The scene in front of him looked like a lush forest. Tower Spirit Number 1, do you have the technical information for this kind of virtual 3D imaging technology? Su Len asked directly. I'm sorry, Master. The virtual 3D imaging technology is not in the technical backup, so there is no information about it. Tower Spirit Number 1's voice sounded. What a pity. Su Len said with regret. However, although there is no information about virtual 3D imaging technology in the data, this technology is an improved version of magic image recording and sound recording. Master, you can research in this direction. I understand. Su Len nodded. Image was a 4th-tier spell and required a crystal to cast, but the image stored was very blurry. He didn't expect the Tower Spirit to use it so well and so vividly. However, now that he knew the spell, he could slowly improve it in the future. If the improvement was successful, he planned to make a movie in the other world. There were elves, beastmen, centaurs, and winged people. With so many fantasy races, the movie would definitely be profitable. I'm talking about a proper movie. 36D, Pui, cross it out. It's a 3D surround image. Just thinking about it makes me excited. This way, the people of the other world would have a lot of mental food. There was simply too little entertainment in this world. The reason why bards were popular was because they could perform, sing, and tell stories. In this world, even a circus was enough to make people go crazy. If Su Len made a movie, people would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. When the time came, he might as well set up a film company and call it *******. However, these were all things for the future. Su Len didn't have the technology now. What he needed to do now was to rebuild the ecosystem of the secret plane according to the backup information of the ecological system of the Tower Spirit. In fact, it wasn't easy to build an independent ecosystem in a secret plane. This experiment was done by a country in his previous life. Back then, the United States spent a lot of money to build a laboratory called Biosphere 2. It was a closed space where various plants and animals were planted. At the same time, a few scientists were put in to form a simple ecosystem. In this experiment, some technology was used to help the ecosystem cycle. The whole plan was to live in the Biosphere 2 laboratory for 5 years. However, the experiment only lasted for a year before it had to be stopped. Because the ecosystem inside had collapsed, all the plants and animals could no longer survive. The technology in his previous life couldn't be completed even when he transmigrated to Su Len. However, in this fantasy world, the Arcanists had solved these problems thousands of years ago. Su Len looked at the biosphere modification technology that the Tower Spirit mentioned. Just looking at the technology made Sullen's scalp tingle. Terrain modification: use magic to modify the ground into the shape you want. The lowest level is 7, and the highest level is 10. Environment modification: permanently change the environment of a space or place. The more the environment is modified, the more difficult the spell is. The lowest level is 5, and the highest level is 10. Ecological recombination: permanently change the ecology of an area. The creatures in the area, the highest level is 15, will be changed according to the caster's wishes. The lowest level is 9, and the highest level is 10. Gene cultivation: a magical spell combined with cloning. Can use the genes of some creatures to directly create the original creatures. Note: this spell can only create normal creatures. It has no effect on magic creatures. Level 8 spell. Gene recombination: a powerful spell invented by the Arcanists. This spell can use existing genes to create new creatures. Note: this spell is very dangerous. Please use it with caution. Level 9 spell. Bloodline modification: a bloodline modification technique invented by the Arcanists. It can allow a normal creature to have the abilities of other creatures. Note: this spell is easy to cause bloodline diseases. Please use it with caution. Level 7 spell. When Su Len saw the last 2 spells, he was shocked. This kind of spell was strictly limited even during the Arcane Empire. When this kind of spell was first invented, it was all the rage. However, it soon led to serious consequences. The most typical examples of this kind of gene recombination and bloodline modification were the Beastmen and Bloodline Wizards. The Beastmen were first created by some Arcanists. Su Len didn't know the specific reason. Under normal circumstances, the bloodline of the Beastmen was very unstable, and there were often various problems. However, the Beastmen also had talents that ordinary people didn't have. For example, as long as the cat Beastmen reached adulthood, their agility would generally exceed 20. The bear Beastman's strength was also generally outstanding. Later, for some reason, this kind of gene recombination technology was banned by the Arcane Empire. As for the bloodline modification technique, this kind of technology was generally used on the Arcanists themselves. Many of the Arcanists' descendants didn't have the ability to cast spells, so they invented this kind of technology so that their descendants could have the bloodline ability and become warlocks. In addition to these technologies, there were various weather spells in the technical information, which could change the seasonal climate in the secret realm. These spells could almost be used to transform a half-bit wall into a large secret realm. Of course, the manpower and material resources needed were far from what 1 or 2 wizards could do. Even legendary wizards couldn't do it. Only a dozen legendary wizards working together could achieve that kind of world-like miracle. Sullen's current secret realm was, of course, not so exaggerated. Although his secret realm covered a large area, it was essentially different from the half-bit wall's secret realms. The half-bit wall's secret realms could exist independently and didn't need to be attached to the main plane. Sullen's secret realm of space folding was just using space spells to hide a piece of land in the material plane. Overall, it still belonged to the material plane. Although this kind of secret realm couldn't be compared to the half-bit wall's secret realm, one advantage was that there was no need to reconstruct the terrain, the air and gravity system of the secret realm didn't need to be reconstructed, and there was no need to open up space or half-bit wall. The difficulty of construction was sharply reduced. The energy barrier used to divide the area in the secret realm had been damaged. This kind of energy barrier could divide the secret realm according to one's ideas. The strength of the energy barrier could withstand a legendary spell attack. Many areas must be divided with this kind of spell, such as the planting area. There were all kinds of high-value magic plants planted there. Once they weren't taken care of and were destroyed by other animals, it would be a big loss. There was also the need to build an ecological park in the secret realm. Many magic creatures couldn't be bred like cattle and sheep. They must be given a wild environment. The ecological park was specially prepared for this kind of magic beast. Some magic plants also needed to be bred in the wild. According to the materials given by Tower Spirit No. 1, such an energy barrier to divide the secret realm would cost at least 5 million kinnar. Even if Su Lan had obtained all of the Grey Dwarf's treasures, it would be painful to take out such a large sum of money. Half of the treasure he got from the Grey Dwarf would be used up in an instant. As for the space folding circle and the large protective force field that surrounded the secret realm, it would cost an astronomical amount of money to rebuild these two runic circles bit by bit. Su Lan used to think that he was quite rich. If he released the money in his hands, he could destroy the economy of a country. Now, it seemed that he was thinking too much. With so little money, he couldn't even build a secret realm. 10 million kinnar wasn't too high a price to build a wizard tower for Hathaway. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.